think is now about to be live.
Weren't you live back then?
Yes, I was, but I don't think it was going out to all of my platforms. I think it was only going to different platforms.
12:41.
Yep, that's streaming. So I'll put the doorstops up later on, but we can hear the whistles start to go up. Oh, hey, mainstream news is close in.
Ooh, this is exciting.
So welcome to outside the, yeah, there we go. Guys who've just tuned in, I've just switched over streams. Welcome to the outside the Conservative Political Action Conference, where there's an Antifa protest. Antifa? I don't know. I'll let them brand themselves rather than calling it a label that they say there's many different brands what it mean. But outside the International Convention Centre, a line of police are formed in order to separate protesters from supporters. So you look in the distance here, you can see mainstream media is close in, very close in. There's some desks, there's some flags. See what happens around that one. I'm just going to kick off my 360 here. So for those, I run a 360 camera just for. There we go. There we go. Thank you. So Dana, you're. Oh wait, hold on. The Sarge Carter is having a chat with the protesters to try and work out where they can protest. I think that's actually the gentleman that pushed me down the stairs. There we go, that's Owen over there. So Dana, I think you were actually there that night that we were at a event and we got pushed down some stairs. Well, I got pushed down some stairs.
Old mate Owen.
And you made a couple of calls for me. And I made a call follow-up as well, but the police never followed up. And in fact,
and police had the timidity to report back to the media that, there was no one put in a complaint.
That's funny, isn't it?
Yeah.
Must have got lost in the mail. It happens.
Convenient.
Okay. Doc says I've got to be more careful on my knee. It's about my third injury in that way. So I ended up with an MRI. And that happens, but I just got to be a bit more careful. It is a little bit dangerous in that way too. It's a dangerous crowd. Especially in close quarters. But, oh, hold on. Mainstream's giving interviews. Got to get lighting some interviews here. I'm not going to get any interviews. See, the thing is, when it comes to about CPAC, if I can comment here to Owen, who I think is about to give an interview, or whoever it is, one of the organisers, there's actually a lot that many conservatives here hold in agreement with most of the people here. Oh yeah, Owen's on TV. Should I gate crash this and be like, this guy pushed me down some stairs and I'm still injured because of it?
Well, you're speaking the truth and it's a public square.
Should I do that?
It is the truth.
Should I do that?
I saw.
Because he did.
Yeah.
This guy's a violent
witness. I saw what happened.
He's a violent thug, and there's nothing else about it.
Yeah.
Is that wrong? Nah, they'll block it as it go in, but it's definitely my view. Definitely my view. So I'll come back to you if I can. You're here to support this protest, counter-protest, you pro-trans rights, against what? Why are you here?
I'm here to counter-protest these guys in support of CPAC.
Why?
Well, there's been a whole bunch of allegations about CPAC. In fact, I saw on my Facebook feed someone attending CPAC posted a photo of what looked like a welcome to country / smoking ceremony that took in there this morning. Now you'd think, at CPAC that wouldn't take place. Well, it took place. So actually, the CPAC crowd might be a bit more accommodating of society than the guys behind me realise.
It might be. It might be. Oh, look at a CPAC media pass. I might go and gate crash this. Can I go, guys, if I can? G'day, mate. That guy you just interviewed actually pushed me down some stairs at Catherine Deeves' event, which you might know. Had to get an MRI and everything. So if I can tell you both, he's a violent thug who should be arrested.
Right, well, we'll see what happens in the next half an hour or so.
Oh, no, this is weeks ago. But
right.
All good. Leave it to it, James. Grab some more interviews. See ya. I don't. It's my, to use their language. It's my truth. It's my reality. Caught it on camera. And here's the thing which I had in the ongoing narrative around that. If Owen had not meant to push me down the stairs, or others there, then you would have said at some point, "Oh my goodness." Instead, it was the complete opposite. Complete opposite of, "Oh look, you've just taken a fall. We're just going to step over you." There was no attempt to help. But moving on from to back to why you're here. You're here to support CPAC.
Yep.
You identified a welcome to country, and I interrupted you at that point.
That's okay. Yeah. So, this isn't some far right, extreme right, or whatever right political conference. Yeah, it's conservative, but conservatism doesn't mean reactionary. It doesn't mean, let's go back to the 50s and all women shall stay in the kitchen, blah, blah. That's not what conservatism is. It's about, there's many ways of describing conservatism, but one way of describing it is, it's about you take a step forward, which implies being progressive. You take a step forward, but just for a moment before you step forward, you look back. Just to look back on the past and just see past lessons and why we have certain traditions, etc., etc. And if it's all good to go, then you step forward.
Jeff Wicello has a simple question. What is the point of CPAC? What's the point of it all?
We live in an age of cancel culture. Conservatives and politics aren't too comfortable being so open about their politics, so CPAC's a great way for like-minded individuals to get together and talk about stuff that they agree or may disagree on. Disagreements is allowed here.
One of the important points that much of this movement has at other protests they go to, because it tends to be regular faces, is economic equality. And I think certainly around those topics of inequality, a lot of the conservative goers inside this building would actually agree. It tends to only be the leadership that might disagree. Can you
Correct.
see how, and that's an issue that you'd agree with, right?
So these guys are probably better off, if they were fair dinkum, they'd be better off grabbing themselves a ticket. Now, they look like students under 25, so they could have gotten a significant discount on tickets, gone in, and if they disagreed with people and stuff, then say something. Don't heckle, don't get really argumentative, but, talk to people and say, well, what do you think that way? Because, I don't agree with you, and then just have those conversations. Why not? And then maybe people can come to an understanding. I don't know, maybe you have to stand outside and we know what this crowd can be like. They can be very violent, and they prefer that way. If I
can take their side, they're getting attention. They've come as a group with their flags and about to begin with their loudspeakers in order to get attention, and they're going to get attention this way. My camera's on them, 7 News' camera's on them. Everyone's excited to be here. This is an attention gathering kind of that they otherwise wouldn't get through quiet protest or letter writing, Facebook comments. That's not going to achieve change. This gets people's attention.
And I hate to say it, but I'm here to steal a little of their thunder.
How does this work? How does that work?
Well, being...
Hold it up again so that we can catch it, because probably people missed it.
It's like saying, if I don't know, you've got something about your background, like you've got a broken leg, or you've got some sort of disability, or there's something about you, right? Why does that need to be political? This crowd have made being trans political, but why does it have to be political?
Because there's, without the hard-fought wins of the past 40 years, your status and many other status like yours in other sexualities would not be offered the same safeguards, protections and freedoms that you enjoy today. And without protests just like these 40 years ago, your status in society would not be what it is. So the wheel needs to be kept moving forward to today, which seeks to ensure the wheel doesn't move backwards from a progressive point of view. The energy needs to be kept strong.
So my counter to that would be, well, once upon a time, I can can understand why once upon a time we needed trade unions that were very militant. They were the ones who got us our 8-hour day working day and all these working conditions and...
But on a social point, not on an economic point. Because on an economic point, I think this group will agree with what's happening inside. This is purely a social dispute. And in fact, I'd suggest that the leaders of CPAC are the ones that they're disagreeing with, not the attendees. It's the billionaire, millionaire, large political action committees that they come here that they disagree with, not the individuals that want to see a socially conservative point of view.
So after they're done with their little protests, I'll be walking to CPAC. There'll be people there who know me. I know them. They know my trans background. They may have their own thoughts on trans issues, blah, blah, blah. But it is a welcoming space. People are allowed to disagree inside there. So it's like, again, maybe rather than causing a ruckus out here, get yourself a ticket, walk in, and start debates.
Actually, I was about to say they might feel uncomfortable going in, but I think that'd actually be quite welcomed by many.
I would dare say the same thing.
Yeah.
No, given that I know quite a, I know at least 30% of the attendees in there.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, you are because we go to the same events. Many people know you, and I will actually say within conservative groups, there's actually quite a few people who disapprove of you because of your trans status. I would number it on less than one hand, maybe like 3.
They're
actually,
around.
You directly debated them. You've directly debated the people who have been rude to you, who disagree with your status, and believe that it's all manner of things. But you still speak to them despite their attempt to erase your existence.
The fact that I continue to talk to them is just to remind them, hey, you might want me to disappear, but it ain't happening.
No, you got a fair point there. You got a fair point there.
So if I was to walk away, that in a way sends the message that, oh yeah, I'm disappearing. I'm getting out of your space. Yeah, well, you don't get a free space, a free safe space, mate.
Right, because if you stepped away from the debate, if you didn't attend, then you would give them a safe space.
And then I have my safe space. But then what are we learning here? So if I take their safe spaces away from me, which I don't have my own safe space by turning up to this, so it looks like we're gonna have to work it out through conversation, through dialogue, aren't we?
It is your event inside there that they've come to, so I guess this is your safe space to be a trans conservative. Hashtag MAGA communism, anyone? For those who don't know, hashtag Make America Great Again Communism. It's a trending hashtag by many to try and unite the left and the right. The common views between your democratic socialists, your extreme left, to your ultra MAGA on the extreme right, whatever you want to try and measure it with extremes. Everything is extreme now. There is no moderacy, so everything's extreme. There's no left, right, even center. It's extreme center. MAGA communism is an attempt to bring the two of them together and say that on economic issues that are what alignment. Excuse me, sir, you gave the protest a thumbs up. Tell me, what do you think?
Ask my wife. She has more to say than I do. Helen?
You've got an American accent there.
We're from New Jersey.
You from Jersey?
Yes, we are.
United States.
Are you from Jersey as well?
Yep.
Yes.
Did you grow up in Jersey?
Yes, we did.
And you're giving a thumbs up to a protest here in Sydney,
Yes.
outside the Conservative Political Action Conference, which you may have heard of, a very popular conference in the US.
Yeah.
And this is a protest against it.
Okay.
Very good.
Very good.
Why the thumbs up? Tell us.
Because I am definitely against the far right in the United States, especially right now. They're crazy, and it seems to be that way pretty much worldwide.
On what kind of issues are they crazy? Like, let's pick any.
In the United States?
Yeah.
Do you want me to name the big one? Trump.
Anything? Yep. Trump.
He's the biggest.
And it doesn't matter what he does. He doesn't have accountability. He never gets in trouble for anything, and he's done so many horrible things to our country, and I don't know why anyone backs him. But it seems he's losing his popularity as more and more is coming out.
Speaking with conservatives inside, they say the exact same thing, but the other way, and that's where much of this debate is, which is everyone saying the same thing as each way.
Oh, this is CPAC.
Yeah.
Duh.
It is. I've been in there speaking to people So this is CPAC in there.
Okay,
Okay,
we had just
awesome.
had ours recently.
You had
CPAC in the United States.
yes, and
We have
now
the same-
Matt,
okay.
they've all just come out. Schellenberger, all the
Yep.
speakers
Yeah.
have come out, and I just spoke with them.
And they all love.
Said similar things to it, except everyone's just pointing same points.
I agree.
And it's just, and that's why I was just speaking with Dana here, who is, if I can spin this away, a trans conservative who's come to CPAC.
Good.
And I was also discussing how that crossover. This is this is Dana, if I can say there. Seems like a crossover that doesn't make sense. But what do you think? A trans and conservative?
Unusual, very unusual.
Takes a minute. I know.
I mean, well, I have friends that are to the right, but most of my friends, my gay friends and my LGBT, they're almost always ultra liberal.
But Dana, in this example, is Catholic, proud to be a conservative, and call it a crossover, something that doesn't fit the box,
Right.
doesn't fit the.
Sorry, can I just see I just wanted to see what the sign said. You keep saying the thing.
Sure.
And also, just wanted to ask, as you're American, is there a difference between a far right and someone who's is there such thing as a moderate right, or is it just like sort of far right and then moderate and then
It used
left?
to be more moderate. Now it's very far right. And if you are moderate, you're not voted back in, or you don't run again because you're not going to win. Ever since Donald Trump came into the picture.
So, do you think that's Trump's fault, or do you think there was an underlying sort of
I think that Trump
sediment and Trump just sort of all brought it to the surface? I mean, he is quite a divisive. Yeah, he brought it to fruition.
Yeah, he did.
But is it Trump's fault that occurred, or is there a deep-seated problem that is not necessarily Trump's fault, but needs to be resolved? Irrespective of Trump, the issue was there. Do you think there's a deep-seated issue, not necessarily in America, but we'll say conservative versus the left? Is there an issue there that needs to be resolved? Do you think? Meaning, like
I think the real issue we have right now is that the right isn't working with the left at all, not at all, and from the minute something is even like to get a bill passed, before they even get to what's in the bill, they've already said we're not going to pass it. And I'm just saying anything.
Yeah, any of the bills. As soon as the Democrats bring up a bill that they want to try to pass or prolong with, the Republicans shoot it down before it even comes out.
I'm sorry?
Build Back Better, for example, Joe Biden's bill,
Yeah,
which was essentially shut down by Republicans.
it went through.
Yeah, but in a very modified state.
Yes, very much. Oh yeah, it was. Sure it was.
Do you think that's sort
If it had been
do you
their
think that's
bill,
the art
it
of
would have been-
compromise?
Do I think what?
That's the art of compromise, where it's not just all one side saying one thing, the other side says, hold on, we disagree with this aspect, this aspect, this aspect. We'll agree to pass it if you agree with these two aspects. Do you think that there should be some compromise?
Well, there always has to be a
There
compromise.
has to be compromise.
There always
and
has
there
to be
was
a
some, but
But sometimes the
Or-
far right doesn't want to
it's just gotten
compromise.
extremely ugly since.
You mentioned that it's all Trump's fault, and often inside they feel the same thing about Democrats, or they'll point to Hillary Clinton, or they'll point to Biden, and they say pretty much the same thing. And this is the struggle we have, where we need to compromise because we live in a
Sure.
society.
Well, for instance, the one situation now going on with Trump where they're finding all these documents that he had at Mar-a-Lago. Okay, well, there in the beginning with with Hillary Clinton, he was saying that she has to be, brought to justice, this and that, blah,
should
blah,
go
blah.
to jail,
Go
lock
to
her
jail, and he
There was a
made
3-word slogan that was chanted, lock her up,
And he
lock
even
her up.
made a statement saying that I would never hide any documents or hold documents back.
But he didn't lock her up. I don't.
Well, no, he
No.
didn't. But
He didn't. But the thing of it is because he had the
he's been a
documents,
con man his whole life.
it was okay. Yeah.
His whole life.
See, we're from around Atlantic City where he had a few
Yeah.
casinos.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
He's bankrupt everything he's ever touched his
bankrupt
hands on.
Everything he's ever had his hands on, he's bankrupt. And again, we're from that Atlantic City area where they built the casinos. And what he did was he hired all these smaller businesses, local contractors to build the casino.
Is there someone beyond Trump trying to put that nightmare of years of division
Before
behind
Trump,
Ron DeSantis, Carrie Lake?
Oh my God.
Well, I
No?
think he's just
Anyone
as
else?
bad.
Okay, just as bad.
Oh my God.
And it's not fair to just say, well, he's like Trump Jr.
No, he's not like
but
Trump
I
Jr.
think his views and all are very similar to Trump's.
But he hasn't got the history of Atlantic City and all that kind of...
No, he hasn't, but who knows where it's going to go. You know, that's the whole thing. You don't know until it gets there. But just seeing some of the things
Is there
he
some
does.
Republican leader that you can be like, oh yeah, there's a
Up
good...
until Trump, I had no problem at all with the Republican Party. I had friends that were Republicans. My father was a Republican. My mother was a Democrat. I was taught to pay attention to the issues and make my own choice. Once Trump came along, families have been separated, friendships have ended. It's something like we've never seen in our country, ever. And he was always a Democrat, but he couldn't win the Democratic ticket.
He couldn't win the Democratic ticket, so he switched over
and
to
him and
Republican.
Hillary were like this. She was at his wedding. So the whole thing is just a bunch of bull.
See, from
Drain the
day
swamp.
one, from the time...
Drain the swamp.
He is
Nancy
the swamp.
Nancy Pelosi.
Smart woman.
What about on stock holding? Should Congress people be allowed to
No.
I
stock
don't
pick?
think they should.
No. Okay.
No.
Right.
Because they're getting. My thought
And
is they're
men
getting
shouldn't tell
insider
any woman what
information.
she can do with her body. That's the biggest thing
That's the
going on
biggest
at home now.
Gender affirming transgender surgery
Well,
for
problem.
kids.
Abortion
No,
and all
women,
that.
like saying that you...
Oh no, but I'm below 16.
like,
Gender
if you're
affirming
raped,
surgery.
If you're raped... No, nothing to do with transgender.
Yeah, but that's the question I'm asking. Like kids under 16 who feel they've gone in the wrong body.
Right.
Gender affirming surgery.
If
If
they
their
feel
parents and
however they
everybody-
feel, let them be.
What if their parents don't know? Because that's the other debate there. Is
Well,
should
there
parents
again,
be
that's
informed?
up to the child to let the parents know. But the bottom line is, if they want to change their gender, go right ahead.
So what age would be appropriate for a child under the age of, let's say, 18?
I'm going to keep moving. I'm going to say thank you.
Okay.
Live streaming on
No
Chris
problem.
Discoveries. Lovely to
All right, thanks.
lovely to meet you both.
Thank
Now
you.
you're saying about the
I'll leave
age
you- I'll leave you to it.
transgender?
Exchange of views. Don't think we got. Can we go and speak with Gabe over here from the Liberal Democrats? Mr. Buckley. Hello. Can you come this way so we can give some respectful distance between the two? Founder, president of Liberal Democrats.
Not the founder, former president. Yes.
Co-founder.
No, just a very good friend of some of the founders, yes.
Very good friend of some of the founders.
And here's my welcome committee.
Here's your welcome committee. You don't have your hemp suit today, but you do have a lovely tartan coat.
Well, you know, the people up here, they have big problems with men in skirts, apparently.
Do they? Well, we've also got down here.
I don't see too many men in skirts in that crowd.
No, I don't. You may be the only. Are you? Oh, okay. All right. Not that I want to assume your gender, sir, but
Well, I think the beard's a bit of a giveaway.
we live in different times now, so I don't want to assume your pronouns. But the protest has. Can you catch the chant?
Unite, we've got to fight the right. They're against rights.
Are you right or left-handed, sir?
I'm ambidextrous. I'm ambi a lot of things.
Yeah, that your politics is also quite. You're neither left, right, or.
So, I'm transcendental.
What can I say about that? What can I say about that?
And that is my cue. See you in a moment.
What's Dana going to do? What's Dana doing? What's Dana doing? Is Dana going to get any closer? I don't know.
Okay, stand.
Yeah, let's go and ooh, CPAC, more like cringe pack. Got any other signs here?
is a whole congress of people like this. There's Mark Latham, who we in Community Action for Rainbow Night Rights know so
Stand
well.
there so you get the
Responsible for trying to push through heinous transphobic bills that would have made it illegal to support any LGBT kids in schools. Sack any LGBTI teacher or trans teacher for simply talking about their identity. So we're out here to protest.
So then I get the photo of you.
I can turn around.
The silent majority, they absolute bullshit. This conference is back to the hills by the riches of the Murdoch finger. Back by the little green center, after little green center, after our nation, the United Australian Party, our senators, we might be the tensions as well. The real balance here, like white dollars on millionaire.
Alright.
Actually, they hate ordinary people. Everything that makes our lives worse, whether it's racism, transphobia, sexism, homophobia, the rising cost of living, they want to celebrate that and drag it even further to the right.
What do you think, sir?
What are they going on about?
Inside is the Conservative Political Action Conference, which is a conservative conference, and they're against the Conservative Conference. And I'll let their messages. Can you hear what they're saying?
No idea.
I'm struggling too.
It's got the speaker facing that way, Adam.
It's
40 people that are there,
generally hard. So,
and the other
so they're
1,000 people that are out here don't give a shit what they're going on about.
well, if I could
They should really turn around and face it out so they can hear what he's saying. It makes more sense.
appeal to the crowd rather than the public, rather than.
Well, he's only appealing to the people that already conform to what he's appealing to. He wants to try and change people to what he's doing. He's not changing anyone. He's just being an idiot.
Would you believe I actually say the same thing about protest?
Indigenous people in their struggle against the biggest activation center and against the racist Australian state.
What's the first one?
First, we have Alex Hoon. Alex is a member of the Young Greens. So please welcome them to the stage.
Okay, I can't hear a thing of what they're saying. I'm going to go back to Gabe. Hello, sir. You had an interaction with some Americans over there. How'd that go?
The interaction went very well. They were quite, given the fact that they were obviously Democrat, quite cordial. I mean, I'm a conservative.
You've come for
I can reveal my
hashtag Aussie Cossack, yep.
I can reveal my CPAC colours now.
CPAC
as well.
colours, yep.
I'm a conservative, but I'm quite happy to talk with any of these people about any topic they like. The problem is when you mention you're a conservative, they immediately call you the racist, bigot, all the isms and the phobes, and it seems to be a one-way
I'll keep
conversation.
speaking this way so we can see the crowd, but can I have you this way? Just speak to me so we can see the crowd behind you, and I'm just going to say you might actually find there's a lot of people in here who agree with you on economic issues. They believe that wealth inequality has come too far, that industry has been destroyed in Australia. They believe that we need to bring a lot of that industry home. We need to tax much of the rich.
Look, we don't manufacture anything in Australia.
And they agree with you, and this crowd would agree with you.
We need to bring manufacturing back to Australia. I have no issue with that. What I have an issue with is when they say things like, "Oh, the top 1% of all Australians, own all the wealth." They're the ones.
Are they wrong?
No, they're not wrong, but they're wrong in when they say that the poor don't benefit from the wealth of that 1%. In that the 1% gained that money, like that money didn't come from anywhere. Even if they inherited it from their parents, it didn't come from nowhere. Somebody had to actually, at some point, earn that money. And the way they earn that money...
A fair point, if I can say, is that wealth isn't Gina's or Twiggy Forrest's to own. Those resources are the nation's, the citizens to own. and those profits are being shared unequally with Twiggy and Gina, whereas
I don't
the
think
citizens
that's
of
fair
Broken
statement,
Hill, Mount
because
Isa are not seeing their fair share.
It depends on how you look at sharing the wealth. If you consider sharing monetary value, then no, they're not sharing it fairly. However, if you look at the innovation they come up with and the money they invest, which subsequently benefits everyone, including poorer people, then if I gave, say for example, $100 million to poorer people, would poorer people then be able to invest that money and do what people such as Twiggy Forrest?
But there's a fair complaint here that money isn't reaching poorer people, and it's not benefiting them. None of it's reaching them. And even if those poor people, as you might say, that may irresponsibly spend it, it's theirs to irresponsibly spend, not Gina's to.
Yes, but if...
Sorry, there's just a hug going on over here.
Good on you, you're brave.
Hugs are great. Love hugs. So, and,
You're Chris Coveries, aren't you?
how do you know?
Well, I've watched a fair bit of your stuff and I heard somebody else mention it.
Nice to meet you, mate. Nice to meet you.
Likewise, my name's Ben, by the way.
Hey, Ben.
Darcy.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
So,
And-
have you been inside?
oh, of course, yes. I'm fake news.
I love that.
Thank you.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, thank you. There you go. There's my fake news pass.
That's fantastic.
I'm going to ask these newcomers down here if I can chat with them. Mirrorless R with an adapter. Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
R5R. What are we? R6 with an old 20. Oh, hold on. We got two bodies going on here. We've also got a mirrored 51.4, if I can.
51.2?
51.2?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. 51.2 on
Did it cost what my 58
5G
1.2 cost? Wait for it. My 58 1.2 cost me. Wait for it. $20.
Yeah, there you go. It cost me a little bit more than that.
A little bit more, but it's been around the block.
It has. It's a great lens. It's abused, but it's loved.
And even heavier over here, except very front heavy. Come back to you in just 1 second.
Thanks so much, Owen. I think it's worth looking to the United States to have a look at what these people want to build. It was just this year that Roe v. Wade was overturned by unelected The freedom of millions and millions and millions of women has been robbed in an instant. And rather than seeing this as the disgrace that it is, the affront to justice that it is, the heinous act of sexism that it is, the people who want to celebrate it. They want to take away the rights, the basic autonomy of people here, the women here, and all over the world. They celebrate the victories of the far right. But the new fascists elected in Italy, that Mussolini was the best politician Italy has ever had. Georgia is a fascist, and they celebrate her. Whether it's the Sweden Democrats now in Sweden who are fascists, they want to kick out any non-white person who's Swedish.
Gabe, I must interrupt and say, do you hear some issues here that you agree with that they're saying?
Oh, yeah, I don't like bigots at all. I don't have any time for them. So, yeah, I fully agree that bigots have no place here, and I'll shout them down any place I see them.
Economic inequality, kind of,
Look,
corruption.
I think you're always going to have economic inequality. I think that's a really bad measure of things, because if we just went out and doubled everybody's bank accounts, inequality is going to be double, despite everybody being better off. So inequality is a silly measure.
Yeah. Let me come over here. Thank you. Oh. Dana, are you hearing some things that you agree with coming out of their mouth about
Well,
bigotry?
I'd appreciate if they just stopped yelling and actually talk like normal people, but I couldn't quite hear.
But sometimes you hear some issues that you might agree with. There's some on different topics, but mainly the tone that you disagree. Yeah, I understand.
Tone goes a long way.
It does. I think that's a fair comment in that if both sides sat down at a table and discussed the issues that they really care about, both sides actually care about the same things, but the way in which we see achieving good outcomes on those issues is probably very different. And that's really what we need to focus on is that we are probably concerned about the same issues, but the way in which we want to resolve them is a lot different, and that's really what we should focus on.
I notice you're here to support a path to net zero.
Well, I'm here to say that, you know, nuclear is good, not bad.
But it is a path to net zero, and that's a cause behind us that I think many people would agree with, a path to reduce carbon. You're here to support reduced carbon emissions.
I'm here to support that nuclear is a much better option than the fake renewables of wind and solar. It's not reliable.
I will flag that this week, if you wanted to use power right now, it's probably in the negative price. You would be paid to use power, because during the day we've got so much solar now.
No, I highly doubt that. The energy companies have significantly reduced the amount of payback that they give people for having solar.
Wholesale prices.
Well, I don't pay a wholesale price. I pay the bill that AGL or Red Energy sends me every 3 months.
And that's where the money's being made, by the trading desks just across the road of the city there.
And if they have to shut down their power stations because, you know, big money forces them to do so, and that increases the cost of electricity for the average person, that's not a good thing, and that's something that we should talk about.
Thank you so much.
Have a great day.
Hello, sir. How are you?
What are you doing here? This isn't a ride event. If I could introduce Anthony from the Weekly Times, a local ride paper.
It's a live stream. Hello. How are you? How are you all out there?
And he's brought his 200D and his Super Zoom 18 to
90D, not 200D.
90D. Tell us, what do you think of what we heard so far?
I haven't been listening. I was drinking my mocha inside, and there's a few other people inside, including Reece Collier, who was the candidate for the UAP.
We can see one Reece Collier. Actually, hold on.
Where is he? He's in there.
He's just there. There's the one Reece Collier. If only he came out. How do you get in there? I don't know how to get in there.
He's in there.
Well, he should come out and chat to us if he sees us, because I'm pointing right at him. But he should be watching Chris Coveries, because it's a great live stream. Come out, chat to us. Anyone chat to us?
He's coming.
All right, good.
Are you doing a live stream?
Of course. That's what I do.
The reason I came out here is because I saw Chris out here, and I saw him with his son, and I saw him talking to somebody. And usually when he talks at an Antifa protest, it's usually not really talking, it's a one-way where they're attacking him, and I was there to lend some support to Chris.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, mate. Let me cut over to Barclay McGann, who's someone who's...
They're going to attack me now.
Barclay... Oh, you're a well-known conservative.
I don't know about that.
Where do I begin with your backstory? There's so many. We've got gel guns. We've got live stream interviews on the Gold Coast.
That's right, yeah.
Where you were personally cancelled by the Premier, which I don't think we've had a personal cancellation by that level of government before. So, congratulations. You didn't say the words either. Actually, you didn't say the words. They weren't your words. You were cancelled for words you didn't say. You were cancelled for your reaction, which was kind of an awkward shrug and smile.
That's right, Chris. Now, thank you so much for what you do with all of Chris Coveries. I watch a lot of them. It's good to see what kind of protest actions are happening. It's good to see, look, at least that these people are being peaceful today. But we are genuinely interested in what they have to say and what their opinions are, what there is that is so dangerous about free speech, capitalism and free markets and the ideas of liberty. As to why these people think they should be gathered here today.
Well, so if I can speak from what they've been saying, their concern isn't so much with the issues you raise, but what issues that you would agree with them on economic inequality, on issues of unfair discrimination, and that might include unfair discrimination perhaps for medical issues as well,
definitely.
but
I
not
think
the
it's
same.
quite hypocritical that they call discrimination in certain instances, but then when it comes to your own medical privacy and the ability to not take a vaccine, it doesn't really extend to that in their view. And I understand the externalities argument, but I think, I don't know that they're as principled as they claim to be.
They'd similarly be concerned about big tech as you would, and the dominance of large corporates.
Yes.
And they'd be concerned, again, about incomes and country and rural areas not getting their fair share.
Yes.
Because country and rural areas share the issues of the poor cities.
100%. And there's a lot of crossover, but they choose to focus on all the negatives. As is their right. I guess we'll see how it goes. Thank you so much, Chris. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Chad.
Thank you.
Rile the crap out of your mum that the influence of the
Sternhills. I'm going to come back to you if I can. We've got another one here. Political correctness is un-Australian.
It is.
What does that mean?
Well, once upon a time in this country, you could crack jokes. Intention's important. You can crack, as long as it's not too inappropriate. But it seems like the kind of jokes can crack these days, the scope of it is on the decrease. That's not the Australia I grew up with.
Much of the chant that they're saying right now is that they want to unite against the right. It's a hard issue to agree on, to unite against them and us and them. I've been spending most of my time to try and ask people things they'd agree with this crowd on, and I'm getting some good responses. But most of the chant. Hello, my name's Chris.
Isabella.
Hi Isabella, nice to meet you. Thank you for following the live stream.
I always follow it. You've got a good live stream. It's
Thank
always
you.
fun to watch.
Thank you. It can be hard work, and especially when you get beaten up, that sucks. Yeah, it hurts. It hurts. Yeah. Oh, it's which one?
Which one did you get beaten up? Yeah. So many attacks. Because you got there was the guy where he smashed all of your equipment, and then one time you were outside of the court, I think, and then they came up and pushed you.
Okay, you have been watching a lot. Thank you. Some people just watch a couple of streams, but you've been watching.
No.
Oh,
I
okay.
get notified when you stream, and then I just watch it.
Oh, I haven't been completely deplatformed. You know, I'm gonna after this gets recorded, I am gonna upload this on Getter.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I haven't looked at Getter.
I logged into Getter, and there are people who it's bigger than I expected. Mainly because if you log onto Facebook, mainly you're fed cute teddies and buy this and whatever else. But on Getter, it's if you're just looking for politics, that's where it's at. But can I pivot to the crowd that we're standing here in front of? No, I want to ask you about the crowd. I want to ask. Yes. You come to CPAC. I can see you wearing a lanyard.
Yeah.
But these people have come to protest your conference. They're here. Their one chant that they're always saying is unite against the right, which means you.
It's not surprising though.
Uncomfortable? Offended?
No. I mean, it's expected.
You just know
You can kind of tell. It was expected. It was always going to happen. And it's always, I mean, as like they say, especially people that are under the age of 30, they tend to be, that way leaning. And I understand what, like, the motivation behind it and the underlying thing where everyone, they just want to be inclusive and do all these things without actually, I mean, if you actually went in and listened to what Abbott was saying, for example, there was nothing derogatory said, there was nothing divisive said. It's completely just all about equality. For example, with the vote coming up about the voice in Parliament, he completely just says we shouldn't create this separation within the Constitution where there is a separation of race. He said it should just be an equal Constitution throughout.
He also spoke in support of some kind of recognition, in support of a voice. The question then becomes what kind of voice.
Exactly.
And I've heard this last night. I was with Clifford Jennings, who spoke in support of a voice, and many different Conservatives have spoken in support of it, but in a different way from what I think this crowd or the Greens would support, which is every piece of legislation needs to be signed off and a kind of a third House of Parliament, a new executive.
More bureaucrats. And who wants that? Gosh, yeah.
Well, if I can say, we now have more graduates than jobs, so graduates without jobs would actually love a new level of government.
Yeah, they'd love to get into that.
A new iron rice bowl.
So, I mean, it's expected. I don't go to uni in person for this exact reason.
I'm going to dive into this conflict which seems to be happening just over here.
Bye.
Ronald Reagan, the first implementer of trickle-down economics.
That's the word the left used to describe his economics.
Which was accurate.
Your descriptions are Marxism.
Yes.
Oh, well, there we are.
So you're going to trot out
Stalin
Stalin as an example,
I understand Marxism.
God.
Oh, my God.
Make sure you keep your
T-shirt
on.
Yeah.
Off you go. I'm extreme communist.
Are you concerned about economic inequality? No? What about big tech?
Of course I am.
Then you might agree with him.
I don't agree with him one bit.
Not even on economic inequality? What about big tech? Are you worried about big tech, large corporations?
Wow. Is there a talk on that at CPAC?
Maybe, but
I don't think there is.
No. And what about? Are you worried about big tech censorship and corporates that are getting? Are you worried about big tech censorship and corporations too big?
Yes, we are.
They might agree with you on that topic. Can you? They speak of the same issues. So on that point, you agree.
Yeah, but I don't speak to people. When you can discuss things with people, I speak to them. But when people abuse you, I just turn around and walk away.
I can understand that. But if I can speak for some of their issues, they're also concerned about industry, jobs. A lot of jobs these days are just simply being funneled to large corporations, and people like the young people here have no future because of all of this money being trickled to billionaires, big tech. and they're concerned about that. Can you see their concerns?
Yeah, but they're similar to my concerns, because my concerns are that changes that are impending are going to reduce the ability of small companies to grow and entrepreneurs to start up new industries. That's what we need, but unfortunately, what these people are talking about...
Oh no, Barclay's gone in. Speak to this man. That's Senator, you already met.
Shake that.
Oh, what?
My hands are full.
Oh.
You can take a sign though if you'd like. Hello, Senator.
Take a sign.
Take a sign, please.
That's all right. Let him do these things.
Senator, you've come to this protest. Tell us why you come to this protest.
I've come to the protest because I 100% support these people's rights to be here. I don't agree with what they're saying, but I support their right. And I actually wanted to listen to what they had to say. I was here to listen, but as you heard, they very unpolitely told us to fuck off, even though I'm here to listen to their point of view. And it just goes to show exactly what the left is all about. The left is only so very tolerant if you share their exact view of the world. If you don't, they're all of a sudden no longer tolerant of other people's views. But I am, though.
On some issues, you might find that you agree. On large corporations...
That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. It's actually something that I talk about as a conservative point of life. I talk about the political class and their business class basically in cahoots, ganging up to stitch up the average Australian.
I think Barclay's being intercosted by security. I'm sorry, Senator. Please.
So much, sir.
Hold on. I'll drop you a note. I actually emailed your office for an interview and I never heard back.
Mate, I get 100 emails.
Yeah, but I'm Chris. Chris Coveries. You probably see my live streams at protests.
Now I've met you, so I'm sure we can
I look
talk
forward to it.
Thanks, sir. Bye-bye.
See you, Senator. Thank you.
ICC this way.
Where do we go? Outside that roof line.
Yes. Folks, do you mind moving us back inside? The Daily Mail, what happened?
Well, basically what happened was I went in there just to, I guess, film, just hear what they have to say, that kind of thing. Just because we want to know why they think we're so dangerous, I suppose, to chat to us.
And who are you?
I'm Barclay Zane. I'm a Queensland Conservative. I'm 22 years old. I'm from the University of Queensland. And yeah, we just decided to come out. Obviously, we're in our lunch break. It's not like I'm missing the conference for this.
I'm attending the conference.
Yeah. So yeah, we're just here to hear what people have to say. I just went in there. I was just filming as everyone else was, and then yeah, I just got escorted out the police.
So was it you particularly they were after? Or was it the media, or was it both?
I think it was me particularly, that they recognised me, and then they decided to...
They recognised you?
Yes.
Did you?
Yep.
Racist, sexist, anti-queer. 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 Racist, sexist, anti-queer.
Just give room for my police.
Too many comments. Not enough justice. Too many comments. Not enough justice. Too many comments. Not enough justice.
Tell us what just happened.
I just correctly asked to move on.
You were given a move on order?
He told me, and physically, he physically moved. Yeah. Yeah.
Are they against you then?
Anything for a political cause.
Alright, let's go back out to the front and keep going. Injustice in society.
Letting it happen.
Back.
Barclay.
Go back on into the conference. You not understand that?
I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just a conference attendee. I get 100%.
The conference is about to start again, so
No, it's at 1:45. Oh no, not at all. I don't want to be physically taken.
So let's go back to the conference.
I'm just standing here. I'm not like every time they've approached me, I'm not trying to like encroach on them. Like,
Alright, Barley.
Nice to meet you, man. Sorry. Yeah, that's fine. Wait, I'm instigating it.
So obviously they're a protest group against you, yeah?
Not at all. No, it's against the conference. I'm not. I can 100% take the lanyard off.
Failure to follow my directions.
You know, I guess I just want to go. You know, I understand that, and I respect the way that you guys do. I just wondering what we're doing wrong. No, the protest was planned, like, no one knows who I am. Like,
the way they did it, just with the lanyard. Obviously, a supporter of the conference.
That's right.
But these people have a political project which is at odds with the interests of working class people and of ordinary
I'm unsure what I've done wrong. Like, I don't think I'm instigating it. That they were going to be hearing it.
So I'll explain it. This is your move. Next stage is you're going to be your ID.
Do they have to be moved?
We're facilitating it.
So they're able to say to two.
Train drivers who are on strike should settle for a
As
below
I said,
inflation pay rise.
I require your ID. If you don't provide me your ID, you're also putting an offence.
Sorry?
And I'll arrest you for that.
Sorry, what did you say?
Have you got an ID?
I don't. Yeah.
Ability to afford basic needs and the cost of living crisis. What a fucking disgrace.
That's what I said. And as I said, I really appreciate the
So one side
Officially
moved on from this location due to instigation. You're harassing the protest being here. I know this is harassing. This is legislation. If you stay here, phone for
underpaid and suck workers.
Am I harassing? Is that what you said?
instigating the protest. I've explained many times on my body.
No. The group was instigated by the presence of the conference, not by me at all.
You've been here in close vicinity filming them.
No, they came to the venue,
I've
by the way.
explained it to you.
No, so it's not me being within close vicinity. They came to the venue.
I've explained to you that you don't move on after I take your details now.
Look, in all honesty, I'm just asking questions about the direction.
It's inflaming the situation. Unfortunately, I know that's the only thing that you can do, okay, by assisting us, is by leaving, okay? Like, by your presence being here, okay?
How about we get away from you so we can hear?
That's right. Yeah.
Barclay, do you want me to come with or?
Just a moment, guys. We're just trying to do our job, yeah?
Barclay, you are. Is that comfortable?
on your lip.
We'll talk about it over here.
Okay.
Is your lip bleeding, mate?
No, I think I'm fine. But
I don't leave it.
Nigel Farage is speaking. They've called out his anti-immigration policies, and they've called anyone who is attending
Of South Asian people,
Dana,
Yes.
you stepped in the way of danger for Barclay.
Oh, they could have punched him, bashed him, who knows? We know what
You
they're
stepped
like.
right in the way of danger for him. You really did.
I mean, could he have a crack on
We will. Did you hear that? We will beat you off the streets.
it? Yeah, not really.
What do you think, mate?
Chris, can I just let people know that isn't it strange that we've had two? Now, obviously, the AFL they have to have their holiday for the AFL Grand Final, but I just think it's very strange that we've had two holidays. The Queen's birthday.
Excuse me, I gotta go. Indigenous people. About black Indigenous Aboriginal. Where are the black Indigenous Aboriginal? Donna, where are the black Indigenous and Aboriginal?
I don't see them in the crowd.
Unite! Unite! Unite to fight the right! Black Indigenous Aboriginal one! Unite! Unite! To fight the right!
There's things you agree with here. They're talking about transgender, you're transgender. This doesn't make sense.
Productive about it.
This doesn't make sense.
Thanks so much, everyone. As long as these far-right fuckheads try to organise a CPAC conference in this city, every single time we will be back to protest them. We'll be back to protest them. We're going to get the hatred, the division, the bigotry, the celebration of oppression. And we can keep doing that. We need to stand up for our rights. Look at America. Our rights are never around forever. They're not guaranteed by this system. We have to fight. We have to fight these people to stand up for justice, for a better life for every people. Thank you everyone for coming out. I think we showed a clear message to them that they do not get to be unopposed, that such vile far-right figures do not get to be unchallenged in Sydney. They deserve to be protested everywhere they go. Everyone, thank you very much. Stop! Indigenous! Salvation right! Unite! Unite! Unite to fight the right! Stop! Indigenous! Salvation right! Unite! Unite! Unite to fight the right! Stop! Indigenous! Salvation right! Unite! Unite! Unite to fight the right! Stop! Indigenous! Salvation right! Unite! Unite! Unite to fight the right! Stop! Indigenous! Salvation right! Unite! Unite! Unite to fight the right!
So much chat. Is that a chat? Is that a right one? Probably. Probably, but I literally just asked people, tell us why you come to all kinds of protests. BLM, climate change, deaths in custody. If you check out my live stream, it's that way. I just like having conversations with people. She just kind of jumps out. Can't see that to yours. It's only... All right. Good chat. Good talk. Oh, good. Yeah, thanks, mate. Oh, no, that's a danger. That's a danger. See that? Don't step in front of a crowd, and that, because you end up breaking your neck. Oh, nothing. I was just saying I've got to be careful not to step there, because that's where I end up down there with a broken neck. Yep.
Nazis, fuck off! Fuck off, Nazis, fuck off! Fuck off, Nazis, fuck off!
Alright, who was the gentleman that got told he was a Nazi? Who was the gentleman that was told he was a Nazi? Darren, let me come back. Hold on. Excuse me, sir, are you a Nazi? Are you a Nazi?
No, why?
Do you support Adolf Hitler, all that
No.
kind of fascism?
Certainly not.
Anything
Why?
else you want to say? Because you were just called a Nazi.
Who called me a Nazi?
The entire chant just then was fuck off Nazi, fuck off Nazi.
I'd like to see your proof then. The burden of proof is upon the one who declares, not upon the one who denies.
Would you agree with them? Fuck off, Nazis can fuck off?
Yeah, Adolf Hitler can do exactly what you said. I'm not going to repeat it on camera, but yeah, he can. But if you're going to call me a Nazi, you've got to explain why I'm a Nazi. I don't have to explain why I'm not.
They called him a Nazi and he's not a Nazi. Donnie, are you a Nazi?
How is it possible for an Asian to be a Nazi? That doesn't make any sense. Outrageous.
Think about that one. Let me get going. Thank you. Let me grab Barclay. Fuck it. Barclay!
Hey mate,
What are you doing? What's going on?
I know. Well, I don't know. We were just trying to like see what they had to say, and I was filming from afar, and then they kind of moved in my direction, and
Barclay,
maybe
you were
stupidly.
right. How did you end up right in the middle of that?
Well, they moved towards you, of course. When you're holding a camera and you're somewhat recognisable, and you've got the CPAC shirt on, which some people said you should have taken it off, but I don't know why it should be taboo or not PC to.
Are you a Nazi?
Oh, not at all. No. In fact, I think I'm one of the biggest supporters of Israel. I'm a full Zionist.
Well, they'd actually called Israel a Nazi state, but if I can step a step forward, they were saying fuck off Nazis. Would you agree with their chant, Nazis can fuck off?
Not at all, and I think there's
No,
members...
would you agree with their statement that Nazis, not
Oh, Nazis should definitely fuck off, yes,
right.
definitely.
And you're not a Nazi?
Not at all, not at all.
Do you support fascism, like the...
No, in fact, I'm largely a libertarian, which I would think is the opposite of fascism, but... yeah, the irony of calling us Nazis, there are many members from the Australian Jewish Association inside. David Adler, who's the chair of the Australian Jewish Association, I think was the speaker in 2019.
Can we walk and talk this
Perhaps
way? Or
even
you've been
this way.
given move on order?
I'll just head back inside of the conference because I think we're pretty much done with the lunch break now, but it looks like they're pretty much all done.
I'm going to go and grab some one-off interviews to try and find some people who agree with the CPAC.
Yeah,
because there's
we'll
people here who I think will agree with you. Like, you'd be concerned about the overreach of big tech corporations. You'd be concerned about income inequality. You'd be concerned about cost of living, inflation, or cost of living. You may disagree with how it came to be, but the causes that they're concerned about, there's plenty.
Of course, yeah. It goes without saying that I think, like, inequality, poverty, racism are all issues.
Yep.
I guess the issue is...
Let me just go and confront Owen. Owen, how you feeling since you pushed me down some stairs? Knee still hurts. Owen, why'd you push me down some stairs? Owen, why'd you push me down some stairs, mate? Why'd you push me down some stairs? My knee still hurts. MRI cost $550. Owen, why'd you push me down some stairs at Catherine Deeves' event? Nothing to say? Nothing to say, Owen? Why'd you push me down some stairs, mate? You even stepped over me while you did. Are you sorry for what happened that day, even if you didn't? Are you sorry? Anything to say? Anything to say? The person that he pushed down some stairs.
Oh, fake news media.
He pushed me down some stairs. Are you sorry for what happened that day? Are you sorry for what happened that day? But I don't think you were actually there. Are you anyone sorry for me falling down some stairs after Owen pushed me? No. No? You glad about it? MRI cost $550. MRI cost $550 that night. Wow. Could use a bit of socialised healthcare. Thank you. Laughing at someone falling down some stairs or being pushed. Which is it? Are you sorry someone fell down some stairs? Fuck off. Why?
You look like shit, your politics is shit.
You're judging me on my appearance?
A little bit, yeah.
Thank you. Isn't that bigotry?
Just knock that child over.
Are you sorry?
There we go. So that's ACA, guys. That's ACA. That's how you do a bit of ACA hassling. That's what you do. And it's crap. I don't like doing ACA style heckling. I don't like it at all. I don't like that kind of doing that kind of hassling, but it's just how it has to be. You got to go and chase them and confront them because that's exactly what they do at this. Do you want to be on camera? No.
Oh, it's good, mate.
Gents, last time we saw each other, your mate pushed me down some stairs. Knee cost $550 and an MRI. You sorry for what happened?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's the last time we saw each other. That's hassling. That's how you hackle people. And it's ACA style, and I don't particularly like it. You say so. It's the complete opposite of, hey, tell us why you've come. The complete opposite. And I don't much like it. But it's just how it works. I am capable of that kind of crap. Oh, are you sorry? Oh, I'm capable of it. I just don't like doing it. It's just annoying. And that's it. Where there was a group, now there's none. You should grab my chat sometime. The leader of that pushed me down some stairs at Catherine Deeves' event. MRI cost $550. Doctors told me to be careful of protests ever since.
There we are. Yeah. Hi everyone. Yeah. Are we being live streamed or?
Yeah, I do. Stream is called Discoveries. I stream protests. Kind of like what your old founder used to do in a different way, but things change. My name's Chris. What's yours?
Nick.
Hey, Nick.
Yeah. Hey, how are you, man? Yeah.
I'm John.
Hey, John. It's protester can be a tough gig, but yeah, no. Traveling light, Road Wireless Go.
I don't know.
Road Wireless Go Mark.
Yeah.
Or a knockoff Road Wireless Go.
That's a real one, but you know, knockoffs a bit tough to job, but.
No, that is actually Road Wireless Go Mark 1 plugged into your phone adapter. And just another iPhone. Get the story.
Technology's incredible now, but
Yeah.
there we are. You have a nice day, man. Take care.
Thanks for the chat. Yep. So, some news likes talking to you, some don't. You alright? You get pushed?
No, I didn't get in that close to get pushed today.
You didn't get too close? What a day. What a day. Knees are alright, but yeah, I'll probably chat to some people and then head in. Say again?
Did you register?
Yeah, I'm fake news.
Oh, I've got to get a shot of that.
It's fake news. It's fake news. I'm accredited fake news.
Go this way.
Go this way and get some depth of field. I'll go up here. Oh, yeah. There you go.
I didn't realise. Okay. Just go here so I can get a bit.
You want me to take a knee? There you go, and get some depth too. I gotta go.
Okay, now go. Is it good in there? What's it like?
It's alright.
Did you hear that? Oh, Nigel Farage is this afternoon.
There's a lot of truth to what the protesters are saying, that this is a bunch of rich people having a meeting. There's a lot of falsehoods to what they're saying is it's not just rich people having a meeting.
Yeah.
Inevitably, any social movement gets hijacked by people with money, and that's social left or social right. And that happens here because they're in a big glitzy convention centre. It happens with the Marxism Convention Centre where it's not overt wealth, but it's positions that are very well paid inside this lady trying to talk to me. She's making eye contact. Does she want to talk to me? I don't know. Positions within universities, positions within government, non-governmental organisations, corporates. It's all money underneath it, but it just gets hijacked. And that's the story of any social movement.
Do you normally go to this?
Yeah, this fake news pass is from last CPAC.
I've never been to one. I didn't even know about them until this.
Do you want media accreditation?
Yeah, how do
They'll
you
give
get
you some.
How do I get it?
Kayla, I think, is the media contact, but have a look inside.
What should I do?
Say again?
What can I do to get that this time?
Go to the radio desk and ask. They'll set you up. Yeah,
Will I
let's
be
go up there.
allowed to?
Yeah, let's go up there. All right. Let's read some comments. Yeah, I'll come with you. Let's have a look at some comments. Live chat. Hey, Chris, how's it going? Good, Ben. Stay safe. Why do I do protest? If you want to stay safe, I'll stay home. Name calling is the game, pretty much. They would fit right in with the Andrews government of Victoria. What's the point? I'm Indigenous and I feel my voice doesn't matter in this at all. What is new? Fran, this protest clause doesn't really care about your voice. They want to use your voice to speak for you. And sometimes conservatives do too. Every social movement is going to try and use a niche status to try and advance their causes. Sorry. This one, you've got Jacinta Price. At the other, you have Lydia Thorpe. I find that I can speak with Jacinta Price just fine. I've spoken with her a couple of times. She's lovely. Lydia, I don't know what to do there. It's hard to have a conversation. Jenny Leong, I don't know what to do there either. You know, how am I meant to find points of agreement, of support, fondness, kindness, if there's no conversation? They just want to show that they hate you. Jacinta may find lots of things that she disagrees with me on. She can, but we'll have a conversation and we'll find things that. Yeah, can you say hey to Carter and tell him, just I'm cool, he's cool, we're all cool. Carter, tell Carter we're cool. We're going to see each other again. See you next time, Carter. Oh no, he doesn't. All right. Sergeant Carter, if you watch this later, watch my streams. You might think I cover protests. It's not all. Call me a protest paparazzi, whatever. But please, Carter, we're going to see each other again. I don't have a problem with. Please don't have a problem with. Let's just get by. We'll get by. We'll chat offline, online, whatever. You police protests. I cover protests. Carter, come on. Hey guys. Say again? I'm fake news.
No. Thank you.
Sorry? You want to check with Kayla if you'd like?
What's that?
Check with Kayla if you'd like.
You came here to register, but you forgot to register when
the
you did.
protest kicked off.
Oh, okay. Right. Yeah. Have you got your registration email?
Do you want to check with Kayla?
No, I'd rather just see your registration. Hello.
Oh, wait, no.
No. Mitchell's not happy about me.
Hey?
You're not happy about me coming in?
I'm feeling different about your presence. I just need to see some sort of information to allow you to enter.
I've got my pass right here.
Don't know. How are you?
I'm good. I was going to the registration desk to see if I could register as media.
Me too.
Yeah, I would have said they would have done all that before the event.
Yeah, but apparently you can still do it.
Not that I'm aware of.
I'm not.
Do you have a contact?
No, I don't.
Well, I gave you my contact.
Oh, you don't ask the superintendent. He knows that I'm not protesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chief Inspector Carter.
I'm not entirely sure who you'd speak to, and at the moment I've had a lot of people just sort of trying to race in here.
Oh no, I'll go and
I'm just trying to avoid it. Yeah, sure.
Let me text Kayla.
Yeah, do that. Come and do that outside if you could, please.
Kayla, I'm just with Mitchell at the front desk. You want to give him a call and see what we can do about it? There we go, guys. Kayla, it's Chris. I've just finished covering the protest, and Mitchell at the front door is, he's not happy with me coming in. Do you think you can help him out?
I can see what I can do for you, Chris. It was Chris from, which Chris, sorry?
Chris DeBriner, Chris Goveries.
Oh, yes, you're a journalist.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, I will let the ICC staff know.
I've just spotted Jacinta, so I'm going to have a chat with her, but if you can speak with Mitchell at the front, I'll just grab Jacinta.
Let me know if you get stuck.
Can you speak? Thanks. Oh, hold on. Can you just say that again in front of Mitchell? Kayla, can you just say that again in front of Mitchell?
I'll just say that whoever I'm speaking to, that you've got a, like, you should get that into the conversation.
No, he's waving me bye-bye and he's telling me to leave. Okay.
Is that a New South Wales police?
No, it's one of the ICC security guys. Mitchell. Hey, Jacinta.
Yeah?
I'm live streaming. Can we check?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to be on stage.
Oh, good. Oh, yes, you do, actually. You're speaking in just a minute. Other entrance, if you can.
But, hello, everyone.
We just finished up with the protest.
Oh, that would have been fun.
Yeah, it was great. Hi, Daisy.
Hello.
You well? Check some comments. You're so generous, Chris. I try to be. You know, even with people I disagree with. Of course, until they start hitting me. And then it's over. If you hit me, it's over. I don't care what you're for. And the same thing goes with David Dumbrell when he cut me up and stuffed comments, imagery, and cut up my video into something that I didn't have up, made it look like I was saying something that I wasn't. And then he said, oh, what words did I put in your mouth? because he only put images. So when I said white, put white knights, he put 3 white guys in front of it, even though that wasn't the imagery I had. Love Jacinta. Yes, no, Jacinta's lovely, but she's about to go on stage. Hello, sir.
Yeah. Look, I was just trying to say before that I think it would be very unfortunate. As we know, we've in this term we're going to go to a referendum, and I just feel that we should. Mr. Rudd gave us that opportunity when he said sorry, that he could have gone a little bit further at that time, and I realised at the end of his prime ministership he was very emotional when that day, and that he could have gone a little bit further with that, because I remember being at a protest when Mr. Rudd was in office with the Aboriginal. Like, I've been supporting the Aboriginal cause a long time. I come with an Aboriginal lady today who just out of the blue, like I just sort of looked after her a little bit, you know, because I feel, but I just wanted to say to people, we should really be looking at this really carefully now. If we've already got a controversial day in Australia / Invasion Day, but I really think we should be thinking about this carefully if we're going to have a future public holiday for the King. I'm sure you have a view on that, Chris.
We'll have a Queen's birthday. I guess we'll have a King's birthday. Is what that'll mean. But where's that going? Follow that through. We'll have a future holiday for the King. Go on.
Yeah. So I guess I'm just saying I feel it would be a little bit controversial for us to have a holiday for the King. I mean, people at this stage don't even know exactly when the King's. I must admit, I haven't looked it up myself when the King's birthday is.
So that's more of a statement that it's controversial to have a birthday for the King. Yeah, maybe. This week there's broad support for the monarchy. That can change. But again, like anything, people look around and go, why change it? And that's what I think this social conservative conference is about, is why change it? And that's what they're always looking for. Like any change, they're hesitant to change, and social progressives are optimistic about change. So optimistic is, if I can describe progressives as what could possibly go wrong is the question. And conservatives go, everything! And progressives go, what have we got to lose? And that tends to be because conservatives have something more closely seated to history, past, wealth, status. They have more, not necessarily money, but they have more in terms of something more to hang on to. Whereas progressives don't have as much to hang on to in that way. Maybe they've been spurned and in terms of, the economy has completely passed them by because they lived somewhere in parks, and you don't work for Google in parks. They haven't set up an office there. Right, There's no big paying jobs.
Well, some parts of the country haven't even got very good internet, have they? And with a lot, outside the cities. But I just actually wanted to ask you a question, Chris.
Sure.
Are you going to try and interview some of the people?
Security gives me a hard time, but I interview people just like this all the time. Earlier in the stream, if you go back, guys, you're going to see me chat with Zuby. I got to speak with Matt Schlapp about Raheem Kassam. I got to speak briefly with Matt Canavan.
Right. And Malcolm Roberts is here. Is Malcolm Roberts here?
I saw Malcolm Roberts, but I wasn't able to speak with him, but I was happy to speak with all of them.
Well, Mark Latham, though?
I'm sure Mark Latham will be here. With the people I did speak with, I asked them mildly difficult questions, and they responded pretty well. Matt Schlapp asked the most difficult question about Raheem Kassam. Actually, I'm pronouncing his name terribly.
I actually just wanted to let everyone know on Discovery that I was at that very interesting anti-monarchy march.
I was there too.
Oh, you were there, Chris?
I was there too. But Dana, one of the protesters here, was also there because she was pro-monarchy.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, and I've heard you talk to Dana before.
Yes.
Because I was listening to you, Chris, on I've been having a bit of trouble with my
you've watched my stream before today.
I've been following you.
Mate, I didn't know. There you go. You watched my stream before, great.
I've been following this for a long time.
What's your name, mate?
Well, my name's Wayne Sanderburn. Can I just say that I'm related to an early Prime Minister of this country?
Hold on. Don't tell me the name. Let's go on a journey. An early Prime Minister of the country.
After World War One.
World War One.
Didn't stay in office for very long at all.
Oh, are we talking like the 9-day guy?
17 days.
Oh, boy.
17 days.
Oh, boy, no, I don't know it.
Can I say it?
Hold on. Let's see if anyone in the comments knows.
See if anyone...
Let's see.
We're doing a poll here, guys. See if anyone knows.
I think we're going to struggle. I know the gentleman you're talking about, but does anyone know the Prime Minister of Australia, who was only in for 19 days here.
17 days.
17
apparently,
days.
guys.
17 days. Let's see if anyone in the comments can pull it up. I'm going to check on Facebook and YouTube. And we're not getting much.
Okay,
Not getting much.
Okay.
Right, go.
I tell you, everyone. His name was Earl Page.
Earl Page.
He was the. He was my grandfather's brother's.
Oh, hold on. Let me just grab Alex Antic. Senator Antic, I'm running into the same problem if I can. Mitchell seems to be unhappy with anyone who's not even a fake news pass from last year. I'm wearing the same one from last year. That's great. Can I grab you for a quick interview? I've just finished covering the protest outside. Thanks, mate. Senator Antic gets in, but he gets stopped by Mitchell first, who didn't recognise the senator. But that's a tough gig. Sorry. The security officer Mitchell didn't recognise Senator Antic and stopped him. And Senator Antic almost didn't get back inside because he didn't have his papers.
He didn't have his papers?
Yeah,
that's a bit of a scandal, guys. Senator Antic. Not good. Actually, this conference, I believe, for meet and greet and, have a bit of socialising with Nigel Farage, it was, I believe, guys, it was about $1,500, you know.
Huge money. That said, as a student, you could enter for just $50.
Okay.
But if you wanted the meet and greet, big money.
Yeah, big money, yeah.
Because these days, politicians of certain note are now celebrities.
Yeah.
So Farage, I would actually describe as less politician and more motivational speaker and
more
celebrity.
Motivational.
He's not a politician.
No.
At first, you can say, he's political, sure, but there's lots of political people. Take Greta Thunberg. She's not a politician, but she'll be paid very well for what she does to motivationally speak. And we can go on and on through the list.
I know something very dark about Greta Thunberg, guys. This is a little bit scandalous.
Oh, yes.
Greta Thunberg, the lady in the Deutschland extinction.
Alternative for Deutschland.
Deutschland Extinction Rebellion.
Yep.
Her name is Lisa Neubauer.
Yep.
Guess what?
Yep.
There's a connection there to the Rothschilds. Oh. There's a bit of scandal for you guys.
There you go.
That's a bit of scandal.
Hello. Are you coming in for the conference?
What conference is it?
It's the Conservative Political Action Conference. It's originally a US and now Australian social, economic, conservative, pro-free speech kind of thing. What do you think?
I've been there and done that.
Been there, done that.
Been there, done that. Actually, I wanted to let people know too that I actually sing with the Sydney Street Choir, and we're on the 19th. If anyone's interested to come along, you'll get some nice food from our little van. We have a major sponsor called the Pace Foundation.
Oh yeah. They're a huge developer.
Yeah, I believe they're involved in construction, aren't they, Christian?
Huge developer.
Yeah.
They're not just construction, but if I can describe them, the size of the developments are like the Wayland Corporation, building better worlds, because they're just huge.
Yeah.
They build towns. When you're talking about 15,000 apartments.
Really?
This is no longer. I'm just building a quick house here.
Oh right.
This is.
Yeah, I see.
This is building an entire dynasty of a town.
Yeah.
Cities even. But to move on, how did you originally come across my streams? How did you find them?
Mate, I think it might have actually been earlier this. I'm trying to remember, Chris. I think the first time I actually really only became aware of you was this year with the with the march in the city on.
Yep.
Yeah, but what I did like listening to you, Chris, when you were outside that, because I knew exactly where that venue was at Canterbury. That was right near Canterbury Hospital.
Oh yeah.
RSL, where the delegates had to pay for them. Oh. And I really enjoyed Chris's interviews with, like, he got Malcolm Roberts, he got.
Yeah. You enjoyed that?
I really enjoyed it. He got Malcolm Roberts. He got he got
Mike Sims.
Yeah, but he got Clive's mate,
Craig Kelly. Yep.
And listen, guys, why aren't we allowed ivermectin? Seriously, why is the Australian Technical Advisory Group and the Therapeutic Goods Administration not letting a drug like ivermectin? Craig Kelly got berated on the Today Show about this, saying that he's not scientific. Now, we all know that with the Palmer Group, there was an invasion of privacy, right? By all the text messages going out to everyone, so that was a bit of an invasion, especially when we're in this troubled time with Optus. But for him to be berated like that, Craig Kelly, on this is why Chris calls out the fake news, guys.
I tried it, yeah.
He does call out because we should be allowed ivermectin. It saved lives with COVID in India.
Can I say something about news in that way? Is this kind of middle ground of news is kind of disappearing. Over the next few years, everyone's going to have to pick a side. Is what I'm noticing.
Yeah, and they want us all now to have a digital identity.
Did you what if I can continue to come on the media landscape?
Yeah.
You're going to have to be kind of news for one side or the other. Is what I'm noticing. Vice was here. That used to be kind of a counterculture, underground, but now it's more mainstream. It's not going against and calling out what things were. Vice would have loved to have spoken with me even 5 years ago if the founders were still there, but now Vice looked at me and went, "Who are you? We don't like you. Stay away from us," kind of thing.
Oh, right.
And it's just, it was a little bit sad.
Your selfie stick.
Thank you. It's I've had this for years. That's leather bound. If I can highlight. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just got one recently myself.
Yep.
Similar.
Yes, but a lot of people use gimbals, but I stay away from them because it's more weight, more complexity. When you're trying to do this is just the worst. What you want to do is just have something that you can run and shoot with really easily. That's lightweight. Does Cameron want to have a chat?
Bring in the discovery.
Do you want to have a chat? No. Are you just waiting for a mate? Sorry, you were saying?
No, I'm just saying because there's a Discovery channel on the net. Does this go out on that, Chris?
This is currently restreaming to YouTube, Twitter.
Oh, YouTube. Oh, wow.
Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. But I'm only checking the comments on Facebook. Evelyn said, "Hello, Senator Antic." He didn't have time for a chat because I think he's going on stage. But more so, he didn't know who I was. And most people are hesitant to speak to someone if they don't know who they are, and they get a little bit uncomfortable, especially bristling with cameras as I am. Or maybe it's just my shirt. But I think it's a really nice shirt, and that's okay. And if they don't like my shirt...
Yeah, he's got a nice shirt on.
I think it's a nice shirt.
That was nice of the security guy to let Chris know that he's not troubling anyone too much.
Oh no, the security guard says that I'm not allowed in, unfortunately.
Oh, not allowed in.
I've called the main media contact for CPAC, but I think she's still trying to work things out until they can.
Oh, so you're not allowed in? Oh.
No, I'm not.
You feel like you can't even really go in the foyer.
And the registration desk is closed as well because I went in earlier and I didn't register, and then I came down for the protest, which is just what I do.
Can I just say, guys, about the protest? I was part of the protest, but I was even a little bit confused what was going on. There was people coming out from this conference because I think the idea that was we were going to go on a little walk down the Darling Harbour there, but then we had the police line stopping us from, this thing. I was just saying to a gentleman who interviewed me for China that we don't want war with China.
Who did you get interviewed by? Who was that?
Well, he was a young guy from Sydney Uni, and he just had a tiny... I didn't actually really catch his name, Chris, but he was a nice young man, and
who was? But you didn't catch his name?
No, I wish I'd put his name.
That's okay. Well, it's always interesting where you end up in asking someone, where someone's from, and people ask me all the time, and it is good practice because you want to know where the footage ends up. Yeah. But you should always say, I just say Discovery is a live stream protest, but now you don't know who that gentleman was and where that ends up, so that you can see what it gets edited into, because inevitably things get edited.
Yeah,
if it's not a live stream like this, it gets cut up.
Right, yeah, I'm sure he would have edited it a lot.
And as someone who's experienced with video editing, you can make someone say almost anything using the right edits if you're willing to be deceptive enough.
I see.
You really can. So
yeah, I hope I don't get any lashback from the Chinese over.
Unless they're live streaming, and that's why I
actually said nice things. I said that we don't want to go to war with China. I said that the one China policy we should just embrace. Chris, if Mr. Trump had still been there, I don't think we'd be in these difficult situations. I mean, look what's just happened with Luhansk and Zaporizhzhia and Donetsk and the 15% of the Ukrainian territory, and it's obvious now that. And look at all the Russian people don't want to fight for Putin. It's, oh my God, what a mess this has become. It really has. It's so sad because now we're understanding that that Soviet Union that they had really meant something, and Putin is now doing this in an all haphazard way, and oh my God, I was actually just saying, Chris, to this young guy, wouldn't it be wonderful if just as a special guest, even not to be part of the G20, that they had Kim Jong-un, you know, go to the G20 in Bali.
Well, there's one of the things about Kim Jong. If he ends up going, then hear him out on his position, and same thing with Putin. And then honestly, if he makes a hash of it, and it's something. If I can switch to live streaming language, and the same way of listening to people. For anyone who knows live streamers, they'll know Nick Fuentes, well-known white Nasho, some say Nazi, whatever you want to call him. He's certainly down that kind of racial path. But Destiny platformed him, and normally Nick Fuentes on his own, because he's been so banned and blocked and whatever, he just seems unstoppable because no one challenged him. Destiny challenged him, and if I can say, Nick Fuentes the floor wiped with him. Nick Fuentes was just absolutely wiped out. I was stunned by it. There's a bit more police movement happening. No, not sure. I don't think we were expecting anything else to happen. I'm going to check some YouTube comments if I can. Oh, yeah. On YouTube, Hannah Jinks picked up just the first name. Earl, what's his name? So, a commenter did pick up a name, but he didn't pick up anything else after that. Good work, Earl. Lots of people like Jacinta. Yeah, she's nice. She's
Jacinta,
I think she gets to.
Yeah, Jacinta's part of this, isn't she, Chris?
She is.
She's really good, Jacinta. I like Jacinta. I like Lydia Falk too, guys. Lydia Falk, so she's a pretty fiery lady. By the way, guys, this anti-monarchy march I went to at, my God, some of the language there was pretty unladylike.
Oh, yeah. Especially you're a crossover. You like Jacinta and Lydia Thorpe. Normally it's one or the other. It's like they love Jacinta or hate Jacinta, or love Lydia or hate Lydia, and all kinds of racial slurs come out for Jacinta, like coconut, and all kinds of racial slurs come out for Lydia Thorpe, and because she's not Aboriginal enough, and it's just a whole schmozzle. But you like both.
Yeah, but you see, I guess you could say that I'm a libertarian, and I don't like this conflictual antagonistic thing, because my basic philosophy. Look, let's, for Chris's great audience, bring up a very controversial thing here.
Okay.
Chris Lamb. Have you heard of this? 15th of September, guys, in the Vatican, they had some big thing there with all different religious leaders, and they declared they're trying to wash out all religions out of us, you know, and by now I don't really understand but if you've got Chris and Lamb and it doesn't mention anything about Jesus, and I know the darker side of I tried to explain this to a Catholic friend who doesn't quite understand this, but the darker side of the Vatican, there is darker secrets of the Vatican involved in the Satanism, but the Opus Dei. The Opus Dei is, you know about that, Chris, don't you? Opus Dei is the darker side of the Vatican, which is involved with the Illuminati and the.
I'm not across that.
All I'm saying is, Chris Lamb, think about it. Lamb to slaughter, lamb to radical views of Islamic extremists. That's all the point I'm trying to make, guys. I don't understand what they're saying by Chris Lamb when it's apparently some new world religion, like the Great Reset, or whatever your views on the conspiracy theories.
Let me come back to the crossover that you've had between that you appreciate both, that you're a libertarian, so that you can recognise Lydia Thorpe's views and Jacinta Price's views. And if I can say, Jacinta Price is more than open to speak with Lydia Thorpe, but likewise isn't happening. I'll go on to say, isn't there something more basic happening here, where the most stubborn, the most determined, the most unwilling to compromise is someone who will inevitably win, because you pull the other person more willing to talk, discuss, compromise to the other. As long as Lydia Thorpe digs her heels in and says, no, this lady's not for turning, then eventually the other side is forced to come to her and compromise.
Okay.
And it's just a matter of strength, popularity, very basic underlying prospects rather than the high level you're raising of, let's have a discussion, libertarian, what have you. Maybe there's something more, because basic people.
Yeah.
We're all just big babies. Can you see how that...
I don't think antagonism works if you have a different view of things like, especially in these difficult times we are after Her Majesty's passing, with the fact that are we going to change the $5 note? Let's hope we don't have to change. Obviously, can't we just remember? Wouldn't you agree, Chris, that we remember with honour still Her Majesty's? I don't think we need to have all these. I don't know. I know this is controversial, but
the anti-monarchy protesters would disagree. The protests we just saw here would disagree that we need to be kind of polite in that way. Security guys still outside. I've called the media contact a couple of times, but it's looking like this is about as close as I'm going to be able to get to CPAC, and I'm going to be back to a doorstop. If I can reveal, when I was at that Reignite Democracy event, the reason why I wasn't inside is that I was told I couldn't film inside, and that if I was going to come inside, I couldn't film. And I was like,
so the security told you that?
No, the organizer.
Oh, the organizer.
And
what have you had to pay the fee?
Even if I paid the fee, I was told that there's enough photographers and they don't need any more.
That's really risky.
Well,
so even if you'd had to pay they wouldn't have let you.
Well, then I ran into a problem is I'm paying to promote someone else's event.
Yeah.
And that's where I raised the question of, can I really pay to get into CPAC? Maybe, yeah, sure, but I'd far prefer not to have had to pay to promote someone else's event and cover their protests. But
hello. How are you?
Russ Cameron, just missed Russ Cameron on the way in.
These look like some Rohingya, Bangladeshi people or something of that.
Yeah, plausibly. They're being told they can't come in either. It's a popular not coming in. There you go.
So what are you doing for the rest of the day, Chris?
I was hoping to go inside so that I could speak to all manner of people inside. But
I'm going to something interesting. I'm going to a gospel concert at Church by the Marketplace in Bondi, Moncton.
Right.
And I played Chris for a friend of mine by the way, I suppose I better not divulge the whole thing, but I do have a significant mental health problem. I'm actually this is another thing I wanted to say. I give acknowledgement to country. I'm extremely grateful for my white privileges, not associated to our black brothers and sisters, especially out in the communities. It is now, this Kumajai Walker inquest, this has now been proven, this whole inquest in Darwin is looking like it's not going to achieve much at all, because this Rolf guy has assaulted and killed an Aboriginal person in Darwin.
Perhaps
now guns shouldn't be allowed onto communities. Where Kumajai was taken out by the Aboriginal elders, they were emphatic about it. I saw it on TikTok, Chris. They were emphatic about it. No guns into communities, into any Aboriginal community, wherever it be in the country.
But those white privileges, if I can question, are we fixing them? Are we solving them? And then the question that Jacinta sometimes raises is many of the solutions are worse than the problems, are worse than the disease.
Okay.
Can you see that
I can
we can
see
recognise a problem? Yep. Okay,
Yeah.
There's a problem of inequality. How we solve that over the past 30 years, we've seen kind of in many ways making things worse. If you go to many of these townships since the 1960s, not much has changed.
No, it hasn't.
And we've tried recognition, we've tried the first Liberal government's attempt.
Yeah.
Let me grab Joel Jamal over here. I'll come back in a bit when.
Yeah, no worries.
Mr. Jamal, you missed out on a party.
Small world.
You missed out on a party, mate. It was great.
What happened?
I think he's kind of wanting to... No, he's good. What happened? Barclay McGain got in the mix of things.
Was there a protest here? I thought it was a town hall. Fill me in, tell me what's going on. What happened?
I think he actually ended up with a bloody lip.
Is he right?
Mate, it was right out here. They were banging on fence on the walls just around the corner.
Right, is that why?
How do you not know this is happening?
Mate, I was having a beautiful morning. I was having a bit of a morning off. You know, had my breakfast, had my coffee.
But you weren't watching Chris Discoveries.
No, well,
So how do you
mate, because I was having
Yeah, I know,
a slow morning,
I know.
and like, I'm rocking up here.
Oh,
and
this
I'm
is your
like,
first. You're just rocking up now.
Literally, like, I'm rocking up here. I'm like, this is a bit of a heavy police presence. I mean, what's going on?
You just missed
and,
out.
and
Oh,
so,
because you were up late last night coordinating everything.
mate,
Yes.
this last week, literally,
Yeah.
this last week has been
Yeah,
I've been
yeah.
averaging about 4 or 5 hours of sleep. People have seen my.
I'm actually really glad you did
but,
sleep and rocking late because this morning's not much good.
But it's a pretty laid back event, you know. You sleep, you know, like there's a lot of different speakers, and it's like, okay, well, there's a few I want to listen to now. I think Nigel Farage should be on at 3:30, but what happened?
Started off pretty calm. I can show you just around the corner where it happened. You can take a walk through if you want.
Right.
But
Sorry, is the registration table here?
Sure, but I'm not allowed in.
Why not?
Do you like that? I kept it from last year.
I like it, but like, why can't you come in?
You asked Mitchell. I even spoke with Kayla. I put Kayla on the phone with Mitchell,
Yeah.
and Mitchell was just like, "You're not coming in. No, you're not coming in. You're not coming in. Not coming in."
All right, well, I've got
Not
to see
coming
if
in.
I can get in.
Let's see if you can get in.
I don't even know if I can get
You've got your media pass here, but
Yeah,
do you have your lanyard? Mate, if you can't get in, no one's getting. You know, Antic actually ended up in trouble here.
Why?
Antic was here for about a minute and a half because
Yeah.
he didn't have his lanyard.
Right.
And it's only when I ran up and said, "Hey, Senator Antic," that
He's clearly going to stop me. I just want to know if I get it.
let's see.
You don't even know who I am. Like, like I'm actually on the list for media to come in.
Do you have your accreditation there? Because
Yeah, sure. I mean, like,
no, you're from the event.
No.
Because
So
they've
I know-
closed registration.
Hang on, I know Andrew. Like he said, come along, do some streams. You know, me and my cameraman who's not here yet. This is meant to be rocking. So I'm not. Like, no offense. I'm not with Chris. We're friends. And we're streaming outside.
You're disowning me.
No, I'm not disowning you at all. We've been good friends for 3 years. But
Yeah, we have.
I'm just curious. Where's the registration table?
They're,
I was told to go to
they're on
registration.
edge because of the protest, dude. So they've had Antifa guys trying to slip in here all the time, and that's
Right.
why they're on edge, because they're wondering if we're Antifa,
Chris,
if we're trying to slip
I'm going
in.
to come back out, but can I just ascertain what's going on here first? Because I literally just rocked up.
Yeah, but they're worried about infiltrators, is why they're so at 110%.
I'll be back out. You got my number.
All right. Is Joe going to come back? We'll see. I hope he does.
There's a really nice guy called Mohammed.
Yep. I'm glad to have met you too, Wayne. It's lovely to meet someone who's not just vitriol and violence on whatever the topic might be. And if I can say, there are some conservatives who end up on that way of we're not compromising with anything else at all either. It's not, refusal to compromise is not an exclusively left or right-wing thing. However, I'm yet to be beaten up by an avowed right-wing conservative. I've been beaten up 5 or 6 times. The closest I've come was at the Freedom Riot protest back in 2021, the one where Joel Jamal actually stood in front of Town Hall and spoke boldly. But if I can say that he doesn't look like is he getting in? He's kind of getting in after a call happens.
Yeah, and also I remember on Australia/Invasion Day that Chris had a bit of an altercation in Victoria Park too. Didn't you?
Yeah, hold on, Invasion Day, Victoria Park.
You know,
which year?
Well, this year.
No, that was Lockie Kavanagh who caused a bit of a ruckus there because he did It's Okay White, which I told him beforehand, do this table, raise this issue, right? Talk about how it's okay to be white. Great, good on you, but do it on George Street tomorrow. Do it at Bondi Beach tomorrow. Go to Western Sydney. I will go with you anywhere in Sydney.
Yeah.
I should have said within like a half-hour, 40-minute drive. I will go with you anywhere in Sydney, and we will do this. Just not here, not now. And he did it anyway, and he caused a fuss.
I see. So he's a white.
No. He's raising a good issue, which is it okay to be white?
Right?
And we start from there.
Right.
Now, if you're looking for an actually good conversation, and I hate to use I don't hate, but I dislike to use the word actually. If you want a good conversation about that, you're not going to get that in Invasion Day. The only thing you're going to get is violence. And I told him this.
That's right.
And would you believe, guess what Lockie got? Violence.
Violence, yeah.
Would you believe it? Can you scarcely believe it?
Actually, Chris, are you? Do us people, common people, know any more about the Aussie Cossack? Victor, what's his name? Victor Koivovich, or
Cossack.
Yeah, do we still know any of his situation? I mean,
Aussie
it's
Cossack.
obviously the guy was getting harassed a lot
These,
by the...
these guys might know the Aussie Cossack.
Yeah,
You can ask them if you want.
Yeah. Excuse me, officer. Do you know at all of the situation?
I have no clue about that, unfortunately.
You've heard of him though, right? You've heard of him though, right?
You've heard of him, haven't you? Yeah, they didn't deny it. So there you go. You can't even engage a police officer and ask a question because...
He could have just said, yeah, I've seen him. Even if you don't like Cossack, just say it. I know. What ends up happening is that police are very concerned about being cut up out of context. And Aussie Cossack knows how to drum up the right reaction from an officer.
Yeah.
So where the camera's on an officer,
Yeah.
he's worried about becoming another target of Aussie Cossack.
Oh, right. Yeah,
And Aussie
yeah.
Cossack is a skilled,
skilled
man.
yeah.
He knows exactly how to...
May I just say to the viewers that I actually was involved with a thing called the Schizophrenia Fellowship. I was actually on the committee and I got paid to be on that committee. It was actually when they were still building the bridge over at Roselle there, and I used to go to the meetings. But we had an education session once with the police over the correct use of their load valve, vests and everything. Of course, you know, there's been too many cases where a taser could have been used over a gun. Like there's a case of that girl out west. You know, it was outside a fast food place where that was a particular case that lady where I mean look let's be honest about something. Gentlemen who are in a mentally distressed state where a gun has to be used, okay, that's one thing. But with a woman, there could have been a situation where they could have used a taser in that situation.
Oh yeah, de-escalation of force, that kind of thing. Yeah. Guys, security update on now minute 35 it is of trying to get into CPAC and no entry. Still can't come in. So oh, hold on. There's a lady speaking with the security desk, trying to be like, can you come in? Is she CPAC or is she ICC? No, she's security. Mr. Sternhill. Still not in. Regia's coming out though. Regia's seen my stuff.
I've seen you talking to Chris before, mate.
Yeah, we have. We're going to have a chat with Regia on the way out. Oh, rest my legs while I wait for Rita. Oh, she's not coming out. No, she's waiting. She's waiting. Oh, I think she spotted me and she doesn't want to see me. Maybe. I don't know. She's just checking an Uber. Yep. Rita. Come on, Rita. No, she's waiting just inside. Yes. Come and chat. Yes. Hey, Rita. Oh, that was a while on stage, wasn't it? It takes it out of you on stage, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Tell us how are things in there.
I don't know. Why don't you go in and check out for yourself?
I'm doing doorstops at the moment. I've just finished covering the protest just around the corner.
Okay.
You've run my footage a few times before. Specifically, Catherine Deeves' event, the journalist getting pushed down the stairs. That was me. Eastwood, when Drew Pavlou got grabbed. That wasn't actually Drew Pavlou. That was me getting grabbed in Eastwood when he was holding the sign "Fuck Xi Jinping" or "Fuck your mother, Xi Jinping." So
okay.
Nice to meet you, Chris.
So
Hi.
you've been in the wars. You're going to get yourself hurt eventually. Did you get some good footage around the corner?
Barclay McGain, who you've probably heard of, threw himself. You've heard of Barclay. Threw himself in the middle of that, and Dana Pham, pro-monarchy protester, had to protect him. So it got pretty hairy.
Was she the one with the signs?
She
I saw
was.
someone holding some signs. Okay,
She
that
was.
was her.
She
She's
was.
inside now.
Yeah, she's great. We're good friends, and she's. It was a bit tough there because she held her sign saying "I'm trans and conservative," but.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I'm glad she got in because they weren't letting her in for some reason when she was at the door, but then I saw her upstairs, so she got in.
I'm facing the same thing, even though messaging with Kayla, but I've grabbed Antic even got caught up here. Antic got stopped and couldn't get in.
Oh, wow.
But
you have been upstairs, like you've got a pass to go?
Briefly, I've just got my pass from last year that I bought because...
CPAC Australia fake news pass.
Coops is funny. He's funny. This was last year. He did that last year because he was handing that out. Remember? And anyway, yeah.
It wasn't last. She didn't have an event last year, did he?
In 2020. Oh, last CPAC.
Yeah, the one before COVID. Yeah.
Oh no, it was during COVID. We just weren't in the thick of it. Was it Dogstone House?
Okay. No.
Were you there? Morrow was there. But no, it was okay. Doesn't matter.
I don't think I was. I was there for the first one, which was pre-COVID.
2019.
I didn't realise there was another one.
And there was a protest at that one. At 2020, there was a one-man protest, but
See, I'm
2019...
really disappointed because these protesters, not only were they fairly small in number and lacklustre,
This one wasn't.
dumb enough to go to the wrong entrance. I mean, hello. That was in itself pretty... Like, why would you go and protest at the wrong entrance? There's nobody there. And then...
For the cameras.
They were there for about 5 minutes. Last time, pre-COVID...
Oh, yeah?
They were protesting for a good 6-7 hours. There was commitment there. They were outside, they were jostling, they were being feral. And I think they're all suffering from some sort of form of long COVID. Where their commitment to protest has been compromised. It's very sad.
Plausibly so. But yeah, today was...
Because I went around, there was a bit of colour and movement, and then gone in a flash.
The main speaker and leader of today, Owen, was actually the same guy who pushed me down the stairs at Catherine's event.
So have you pressed... when these
Absolutely.
things happen...
Made calls. Dana Pham even made the call to the police.
Yeah.
When your producers reached out to New South Wales Police, you printed the response from them, which was no report was made. Oh no, 3 calls were made. Dana called, I called, and it's on live stream, which I know police often try and follow because I'm protest focused. But Carter, at Carter, they just didn't look into it. And it's up to them I can't pursue unless I do some kind of civil case for my MRI costs.
So you can't go back to the police and say, I've made a complaint. I want a verdict on why you haven't pursued this. Like, you can't sort of demand an explanation from the police. Like, if it's on video, you've been pushed down, you've been hurt. Like, why, even if you haven't been hurt, like you've been pushed downstairs.
Oh, it hurt.
Why, like, on what possible reasoning would they say this isn't something we want to look into further?
I don't know. I don't know how you'd raise a complaint in that way.
I am not camera ready. Do not put this up without
You're fine. You look fine. You look fine. Fine.
Coming through on multiple angles. Like, oh, it's confronted. No, you should. You should, because if it was the other way around, if it was a right-wing protester who became physical, not only was hostile and aggressive, but pushed somebody down the stairs and hurt them, I mean, it would be something
and I know that
New South Wales Police would, borderline call domestic terrorism. So I just don't understand. I mean, to me, it is, whether it's left or right, it is a sort of a soft form of domestic terrorism because it's politically motivated violence, and that's the definition of terrorism. And it's designed to intimidate, and you should pursue it. You should, definitely.
Again, once you've reported it, I don't know how you take it further than that in terms of why didn't you pursue this? Because you've got the LEC, law enforcement complaints, whatever it is. But that's, I don't know how you'd take that through. I know how you do it with other things. Like I drove during lockdown. I was covering the M1 protest. I put a complaint in through LEC because an officer came up to me and said, and this would have been viral, is the guy in the mask, anti-vax journalist, Daily Mail ran this, anti-vax journalist travels to protest and says he's a fake news journalist. When I'm sitting by the side of the motorway on my own with a chair, being like, guys, there's nothing here. A police officer comes up to me, he's like, you've been fined several times, you're out of area, you've been given a movement order. When none of that was true, I then live streamed a call with Service New South Wales showing I was within the rules for what I was doing, even if I wasn't a journalist. I was in the range of where I was permitted to go, and he spoke with the other officer beforehand who gave me no fines. No fines, it was just complete lie. But left-wing media, Carrick Ryans and Clementine Fords loved it, and Daily Mail. If I can mention about the Daily Mail article guy who did it, I'm a member of the International Federation of Journalists. I consider their code important. He wasn't. The Daily Mail journalist around that, but that's scary.
Yeah, as I said in there, the media is, and I know I'm a member of the media, but the media is in the heart of so many of these issues, and it's the cancer at the heart of all these issues. It's so much of what is wrong, and the atmosphere of fear and censorship and people's reluctance to say what they think is because of the media. Because you can state a very much a mainstream opinion, like Catherine Deves has, and be cast as a transphobe and a bigot. And, you know, they're willing to do that to, say, J.K. Rowling, who's someone of the left, who's very much left-wing in her views, but, you know, she believes in biology. And she's been, you know, completely had her reputation tainted by the media coverage. So I think, you know, if you're an ordinary person and you see that, you can understand why they would say anything. And the media is at the heart of that. It's something, you know, what I can do within the media to, I can't remedy it, but, you know, I can do my part. But there's a lot that the media contributes to in a very negative fashion. And it's getting worse. It's getting, the lines between opinion and news are completely blurred now. We've got people who are supposed to be news reporters who are almost openly, proudly allowing their own point of view and biases to colour their reporting. Which is, you know, if that's what you want to do, then go get in the opinion pages. That's where I am. That's what you get paid for. If you want to be a news reporter, then you have to be absolutely down the line, and it's not what we're getting. So
a big deal is made of state-run media, but a term that certainly trends on Twitter that I appreciate is a media-run state, and a concern that our state, certainly in the West.
It's not just the ABC and SBS, it's not just public broadcasters. Yes, they're a big part of the problem, and being publicly funded, they've got certain obligations to at least, you know, live up to their charter. But it's across the board. You mentioned the Daily Mail. There's also, you know, it would be across the board where journalists are allowing their own leftist viewpoint to colour their reporting. And
who would pay for news that makes people feel uncomfortable? Who would pay to listen to views that they might disagree with? It's a fairly narrow audience, and it's an inevitable byproduct of narrow casting that we're ending up with. Like, my narrow casting is only for people in that certain slice, which might only be 1%, but to an individual operator it might be significant. We're seeking out something that's specifically, like anything, makes us feel good.
I don't think a lot of it is, a lot of people think, oh, this is all motivated by money. It's all profit-driven. I don't think it is. I think it's ideologically driven. I think it's got to do with the individuals who populate newsrooms and who work in that space. I don't think they're motivated by money. I think it's far more an ideological motivation than a profit-based motivation. Because if you were profit-based, you probably, you know, would be a little bit more balanced. You would be a little bit more...
Vice managers to get in, but I can't.
Everybody?
Vice.
Is it from Vice?
Yes. I tried to speak with them, and he wouldn't even give me his name. I tried to talk about his gear, because what I talk about is also how it gets covered. The media covers it.
Well, I didn't even know there was Vice in Australia. Is there Vice in Australia?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, they're not...
And he looks like a Vice journalist, as if I can say as well. He looks exactly like a Vice journalist.
Yeah, well...
But how come Vice gets in and I can't get in?
Well, you should get in.
I can't get. They didn't even let Antic in.
No, Antic's up there.
Antic got held up. You can complain to Mitchell if you want, but Mitchell isn't.
Crystal?
You can complain. They're just not letting me in. Registration is closed. He just says, "Nah, you're not getting in, mate. You're not getting in." So.
You should reach out to Andrew and say, "I'm downstairs. Let me in."
I'm live streaming at the moment, so it's a bit difficult for me.
What, this is going out to everybody. I'm just talking to you. You're outrageous.
Really? I'm holding a camera. You knew they were holding.
I knew you were recording it. I was like, you're going to cut like a 30-second clip to put out. You're not going to put out this long conversation of just, you know, random thoughts. But anyway, it was nice to meet you.
That's exactly what live stream is perfect for.
Yeah.
Because we're used to scripted, edited, rehearsed. This live stream conversation we just had now. This live stream conversation we just had just now is what I loved through BLM in understanding what is going on over there. No script, no rehearsal, no 30-second soundbite. So a lot of my viewers will appreciate this ad hoc, imperfect conversation because it's just real and raw, true, unedited.
Well, nice meeting you, and hopefully you'll eventually make it inside.
We'll see. Thanks for the chat, Rita. Bye. That was a lovely conversation with Rita. That was lovely. But CPAC update minute. Almost coming up on an hour. Okay. Let's see if I can. How am I going to reach out? Cooper probably won't miss it. But Vice manages to get in. Okay. Go and have a look at Sam. We'll do a walk and talk for a bit, shall we, guys? Let's do a walk and talk for a bit. Ha! Can't get into CPAC, even with my pass. It's quality content. It's quality content. All right. So, police are still here because they're worried about another group. No, he's good. No, he's good. Hold on. Oh no, he's just giving me a thumbs up. No. So I've still got 2 groups of police just here. 3, several groups of police actually. 4, 7, 9, 10, 15, almost 20. Odin guys, everyone here. Worried about anyone else showing up. I think what it'll be is that the boys have been booked for a while. There's even more further over there. Alright, let's catch up on some comments. Start with Facebook first. Can you get Reese to do a Zoom interview with you? Hello! Someone knows me here. Hello!
What's going on?
Wait, you look different. Hello.
No, I don't.
See
How you doing?
Hi.
So what's the gossip?
What do you with the protest or?
Yeah. So,
Did you miss it?
Yeah, well, we sort of went around town hall and stuff because they said they were going to be at a few different locations, and I'm like, all right, let's figure it out.
Well, let's go back on perhaps the Chris Goverry's live stream. A good idea. Chris Goverry's live stream would be a good place to catch this.
I just want to know where they are.
No, it's over.
Like, you know how lefties hang around though?
Yeah, they do. Okay, here we go. Here's what you missed out on. Hopefully you can see that.
Yeah.
Close that and bring that up. Yeah, that gentleman. I was a bit worried he was going to give me a bit of a poke with that because the tip was revealed, but yeah.
So just your standard undesirables in society.
The leader of it, Owen, is a gentleman who pushed me down the stairs at a Catherine Deeves event. It was actually, would you believe that it wasn't publicised, but the Sydney Morning Herald publicised? I was shocked by that one because it was just like a private drinks with a couple of friends on a small Facebook group, but the Sydney Morning Herald run it, right? And you can see here, this is where Barclay was in the thick of things. I don't know how Barclay ended up there.
Yeah,
but,
right.
Dana was there protecting Barclay, and things got really, really heated for a bit there.
How many would you say were there?
100?
Yeah.
70?
Sounds about right. There's only 160 interested on Facebook.
No, it was alright.
I get the sense that they're nearby.
Look,
I just don't know where.
The boys in blue have far better intel than you or I, and they're still here.
Yeah.
And they do resource allocation very well. So, and this is an event that runs all day. Can you see here Dana and Barclay? Barclay's in the middle of it, and Dana has to step in for Barclay. Barclay put himself in the middle of this, right? You can see that Barclay's not trying to get himself out of this.
Yeah, Barclay loves it.
Barclay loves it. He does. And if I can say there is some moral justification because this is his safe space. This is his event, right?
Just do me a favour though, don't film the guy behind me.
Okay, sure. Why?
Anon.
Oh, they're anon. Oh, okay, fine. I thought there was some other reason, but yeah, if I don't point them at them, then that's fine. But yeah, if after this it got kind of even more. They moved around the corner in Berkeley. Yeah, this is actually a pretty good camera angle. Go, Chris.
It actually is, right in the thick of it.
That's
well done.
that's Amy Holcomb there, the trans rights activist. And then yeah, you can see. Oh.
Screams and soy.
Oh. I'm going to look forward to what stills I can get later on. Oh, yeah, this is great. Oh, go Chris. Yes. Oh, everyone's going to steal my bloody footage because I only turned the watermark on later on.
Yeah. That's
Damn it.
alright though.
I hate that.
We'll credit it.
Oh, thank you. Please do.
You're welcome.
Have we got ever swapped numbers directly?
You and I?
Yeah.
Oh, you got me on Instagram. I'm pretty like receptive to my messages. I'm quite on DMs.
Alright.
Yeah.
Ran into Joel. I actually haven't been. I'm not allowed in because they're like, oh, you can't come in.
Did you buy a ticket?
I've got my media pass.
That's odd.
Oh, that's not good enough. I'm registered with media anyway.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. It's odd that they wouldn't let you in.
Yeah. But yeah, I called Kayla, and Kayla was like, "Yeah, I'll deal with that." An hour ago, I've stood there while I've watched Senator Alex Antic get held up by security. They're like, "Oh, where's he pass?" I even spoke with Joel, who can't come in because he's just shown up, and told Joel, "Oh yeah, I can't get in either." He couldn't get in, and he was initially asked to leave.
Cute.
Until he said, "Oh, I'm not here with Chris," and I left. And that was
It's like
fun.
every event, you're just extra.
I know. So that's fine. I'm actually having a good time outside because I've ran into Rita Panahi. I've ran into.
Yeah, Rita.
Yeah, that was great.
Cool,
that was a
cool,
great unstructured chat. But I'm going to head back around there in a minute after I check out what the other cops are doing.
Yeah, well, I'm going to scope them out and see if they know where the lefties are at. Because I want to have a chat.
You want to have a chat?
I want to have a chat.
You think there's some agreement that can be found?
I reckon. There always is.
See, there's agreement with Dana. Dana was here and she's transgender and conservative.
The
And
best part, nobody knows who I am. So I can be like, hey, young.
Can you do me a favour and call Joel?
Sure.
Can you call Joel and tell him I'm just in the middle of live streaming? Oh, and then Barclay got...
You just tried calling Chris. I'm just having a chat with him at the front. I'm out the front, so we're just scoping it out. Oh, I'm not ready to come in just yet, so... I'm with Chris, so you see the mob of police out the front. It'll be to your right as you come out the door.
I'll go out there.
Yes or no? Well, do you see all the cops out the front or no? Yeah, so we're behind the pillars.
So the police are still worried about something happening. There's plenty of them here. And as I was saying, there's more intel. They've got more intel than anyone else.
Alright, so it looks like they're like going around the perimeter. I reckon they've been
Yep. They
instructed.
stood down a few, but just doing some high visibility. Oh, he's back! He's back! Hello! We're gonna have a chat. We're gonna be able to come in. G'day. Say, oh, mate, I'm always streaming.
I'm streaming. Just watch the guy.
Do I get a pass?
So you hadn't gotten one yet?
I went inside, but then the protest happened before I was able to get one.
Oh, that's what I thought happened. So I spoke to the CPAC people. Yeah. They said, well, he's been registered properly for a CPAC pass.
I was at the desk when I heard the shouting, and I'm like,
yeah,
I gotta get out of there.
And they said, we've got no problem, but what's happened is we think that I'll probably take that off.
Why? I love this.
I love it too, but put it on when you get in the venue. You know, let's just get past the idiot ICC security.
But it's great content.
No, I know it's great content, but I want you to get into it because there's good content inside.
Okay.
So look, I'll try. If you want to come in now, I'm going in now.
Yeah,
I think these guys are hanging out for a bit.
We're going on a lefty hunt, then we'll come in.
All right.
Yep.
Well, when you're ready, try and come in.
Catch you later.
I'll come in.
But the CPAC people, I don't know, association. I just said, hey, look, he's one of us. Like, just let him. He's covered all the freedom protests for God's sake.
Yeah.
And even Barclay vouched for you. He said, yeah, Barclay. You know, Chris was with me. Anyway, so when you're ready to come in, you know,
I'll come in. At least then Mitchell can see me.
Did you want to come in now?
Yeah,
Oh,
sure.
yeah, sure.
Otherwise, if I show up again, they'll be like, where'd you get this?
I would recommend, like, covertly streaming because it antagonizes them. Like, Like, can we just get in the venue first? And then you can just be like, pull it up. I'm not telling you to stop the stream, just put it down so it's not obvious you're streaming. You know what I mean?
Who's running this show? Are you guys running this show?
No,
Or
look,
security running
there's a
this show?
lovely organiser inside, Taylor. She's doing a good job.
Okay.
And she's no problem with you. What's happened is the ICC has certain rules, and they've been really annoying about it.
Okay, so I just hold it down.
And if the ICC say that we don't want you in there because they're associating you with the protesters, that's what's going on.
I know.
And so you didn't even get the opportunity to get your pass. Yep. And so anyway,
That's fine.
there you go.
Okay, so I just hold this. Okay.
So I got a great video of Nigel talking to one of the protesters.
Oh, really?
And he was going back and forth and making the point, you know, you guys are swearing, you guys are being disrespectful, you're not explaining to people exactly what's going on articulately. And as a result, what ended up happening was, you know, you're turning people off what's going on. And so I'll probably end up posting that in a bit. Sure. But I think it's just ridiculous the fact that they, you know, I think they're the same protesters that came from Town Hall. I mean, that's my assumption.
Let me show you. Let me show you the juiciest bit of what happened.
Yeah. Did you get hit here?
Barclay did. His lip, not bleeding, but he just got knocked.
He looked fine when I saw him.
Oh, he's fine. He's fine. He's fine.
Yeah, you should actually interview him.
But if I can say, Dana was the hero, not Barclay. Barclay put himself in the middle of this.
Yeah.
Dana, all through this, defended him, stepped in, and she was amazing. She was absolutely amazing.
That's good.
Yeah, it starts moving, and then that's April Holcomb turns, and then it's on.
It really is all the same people. Yes. Yes.
And then Dana's just...
You know what we should do? We should get the footage from the top and then his footage at the bottom, and we should like sync it up so that it goes at the same time.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's like sort of asking. I mean, he's not asking for it, but like he's just.
He didn't
He looks
ask
so
for it.
happy. Like everyone there looks sad except him.
He didn't ask for it. He
No,
did
of
put
course.
himself in the middle of it. But then the question can be, can't he do that at an event which he's invited to, at his quote-unquote event?
We should definitely be covering what they're saying and their violence because it exposes their true morals. But geez, I think a big thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll see you inside.
See you in there, mate.
No worries. My pleasure.
Hey, mate.
You got in, mate. Good to see you. Are you still filming?
Are you? Yes.
Okay.
I'm live. I'm
Glorious,
live.
glorious.
Can I see? Kayla. Live streaming at the moment. Hi. Welcome to CPAC here. Finally made it in. Joel walked me in. Mitchell.
Got a ticket and brought you down. We were thinking of you.
I spent an hour with
I saw
Mitchell.
you up here before, so I assumed you already got a media pass.
I then had to run downstairs for what was happening, the events that were happening. Have you
okay.
seen some of the footage?
Yeah, I did. Barclay was just showing me.
Oh, check it out on YouTube here for an angle over his head, because you're. Oh, let me just show you here. There you go.
Oh, Barclay, you're really getting hit by some of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's actually nothing you know about.
There you go, dude. You probably had no idea. I'll go back a bit.
This lady here's got her head in you.
That's Dana, who defended Barclay amazingly.
Yeah, she's lovely.
Yeah, she's amazing. She's transgender and conservative, and they don't know what to do with that.
Not to mention a person of colour as well. She ticks all the boxes.
She is a person.
Lefty cannot compute.
Yeah, I know. I think she was out there and pretty safe.
But yeah, I just, with that, I don't even think of Dana as a person of colour. She's just Dana. It's weird. That's April Holcomb, Coalition for Rainbow Rights.
Okay.
And
good for her.
Oh, that is so bad.
Look at Dana trying to save me. Look at Dana.
Nice cover up of the shirt and lanyard there, as he wears a puffer jacket. Look, you got balls, Barclay. I'll give you that.
Can we see some of your footage?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So this is me like having a chat with the
It is live. Don't forget this is live though. Whoa! Sipes, hold on. Christ, look at this. Oh. That's gruesome stuff, man. Would you have had a conversation with them if you had a chance?
Definitely, yeah, no question about it. But it was just, as you can see, it's pretty futile. Yeah.
Shouting "fuck off fascist" while they try and hit you outside. I guess you could call it
It
your
just
event.
cuts out, yeah. There's another one here. Like this one actually kind of makes me laugh. Just the hatred in this guy's eye. If you go really slow, I don't see him here.
Can you film out just over here?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Like you can just see the hatred in this guy's eyes here. He's linked arms. He's so angry.
Oh yeah, I do see what you mean. Go back here just a little bit. Oh yeah. Oh man, that's gruesome.
He is really.
Wow.
It's very intense.
Wow.
Staring me down.
Wow.
Just general
Gee, that's
Good fun though. And I think it's just important that we are able to go out there and hear what they have to say, because we think the criticisms are maybe a little bit unfair, and then also just because the fact that we know that they're not going to listen to us is to like cover to people, and that's why I really like what you do here at Chris Coveries, is showing to people, hey, like these guys aren't being civil, they want to fight us, they want to yell all the time, and this is the problem with modern day politics. It's like it's the opposite of Socratic method. There's no trying to have a discussion and a dialogue. It's all just about intimidating. So yeah.
You would have had a conversation.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
But you
Yeah.
wasn't room for it.
Yeah. Look, if I'm honest, I knew I wasn't going to be able to have a conversation, but the latter part still stands in that I wanted to be able to showcase to people that, hey, this is the state of modern day politics. You have people who, no longer just want to hear a discussion of open debate and ideas. They just want to hate everything and intimidate others and make them feel uncomfortable. But sadly for them, we're not stopping. We're continuing forward.
When I last saw that group at Catherine Deeves' event where I got thrown down some stairs.
Yeah, Catherine's here.
Yeah. But at the last event I was with her, where that happened, the conversation I had afterwards with Dana, I felt did more for trans rights than the hooting, hollering violence we saw at a private event. Most of the people that I spoke to inside the event afterwards didn't even know that they were trans right protesters.
Yeah,
They're
right.
just
Wow.
because if you were outside, could you understand any of the chants?
Not really. I mean, like watching them back now, I can kind of make it out what they're saying. It's like some of their biggest ones, like F off fascists, F off Nazis, racist, sexist, anti-queer, bigots are not welcome here. Unite to fight the right, Black, Indigenous, Aboriginal rights.
Black, Indigenous, Aboriginal, and that's something I noticed just when the tempo picked up. Is I couldn't notice in terms of diversity, it was 90% Euro white.
Yeah, and then you compare that with, I think this was the.
But then there was you and Dana.
Well, that was the opening ceremony.
Oh, cool. I mean, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute.
And saying "fuck off Nazis," I mean, they had we've got members from the Australian Jewish Association speaking. So
I chased down a couple of people who got chased out, like who were you were chanted "fuck off Nazi."
Yeah.
Dana wasn't, but another gentleman was. And I chased him down, and he agreed "fuck off Nazis" because he's not a Nazi.
Yeah, of course.
And that kept on happening with everyone. It's like, we're not fuck off Nazis.
Yeah.
And everyone down there agreed "fuck off Nazis."
Yeah,
They're chanting
of course.
you.
Yeah, bizarrely. Yeah.
It just doesn't work.
No. Thank you so much, Chris. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you, mate. Cheers. See you later.
Did you want to have a chat? Are you ready? Oh, yeah. Sure. I just noticed you were hovering around and wanted to have a chat. What happened outside?
I wasn't actually down there, but it's quite fascinating how they want to restrict our free speech by exercising what they call their rights free speech, and they're quite hypocritical in the fact that they reckon they can incite violence to us, but they reckon our speech in itself is violence. So they want to change our language to the point in which literal violence is considered okay and speech isn't, because they've deemed it violence. So yeah, I think the double standards are quite stark and very disappointing in a free democracy.
Yeah, that's kind of where it was at downstairs. But they did have some complaints that could be warranted. Inside, we're inside a very expensive venue where some tickets are being sold for a lot of money, and their complaints are about income inequality when some of your guests are quite wealthy, and we would infer that many of them are not. So on the income inequality side, they may have some fair complaints that they're not inside the fancy venue and they're outside. Can you understand that?
Well, the problem with that argument is they're talking about the equality of things that have come to pass, not the equality of opportunity. Everyone in Australia has the same opportunity. If they want to work hard and get a job, like anyone in here, they're able to achieve whatever they want if they put enough determination in, but they're too busy yelling at people and screaming at them and calling them juvenile names to actually do anything useful with their life, which I believe is why they're outside and we're not.
Many corporations are amassing enormous power and wealth, and the balance has shifted from individuals, and if we're in the past, even 30 years, one generation, where the opportunity to do well is more determined by what corporation you join than perhaps your talents or expertise in small business or even medium business. Now, if you join the right large megacorp with the right monopoly, the individuals downstairs who don't join that monopoly might not have that same opportunity, and they're concerned about that. Can you share that concern about the rise of corporate dominance, monopolies, and the like?
Yes, and that's very true, and that's why, as Conservatives, we generally stand up for small businesses, and we stand up for lower taxes for small businesses, something the Socialists who stand outside have vehemently opposed over and over and over, again with the current bill to see stage 3 tax cuts go through, which only go up to a few $100,000, which, if you look at gross income, isn't that high, especially for tradies and the like. So if we see tax cuts like that come into play, we will have more people move from the working class to the middle class, which is something they say they support, but in practice they vehemently oppose.
Yeah, it maybe, yeah, good point. So you can agree with the problem, but the solution is something.
I can agree with the problem, but I believe they're countering their own solution.
Yeah, no, there's perhaps maybe so, but certainly well spoken.
Thank you.
Tell me more about the event, if you can. Just tell me about.
Well, CPAC stands for the Conservative Political Action Conference, and it is a fantastic conference where a lot of us like-minded people get involved, and we stand together, we respect each other. No one experiences discrimination here, and if they would like to discriminate against others, they're very much unwelcome. So it's a very welcoming environment against the general world that where, like, whether it's work or school or uni, we face a lot of people opposing you even for your views. And ironically, if you're a conservative female, you are discriminated against pretty harshly. So it is a very, very, very nice change of environment. So yeah, it's 2 days of paradise almost from the woke crazy world, and it's fantastic that we've been able to come together.
That's true, that conservative females are something that is quite unusual.
Especially if we're pro-life. Put that one out there.
You're a pro-life conservative female.
Yes.
Do you find it hard to find social networks and
well, through church it's quite easy, but outside of that, it's a nightmare.
Yeah.
So CPAC is lovely for, even if people don't agree with my political views, they still respect them, and I think respect is core to any political debate, and it's been lost in a lot of political debates, unfortunately.
Yeah, fair enough. Jemima, thank you for the chat.
Thank you.
Live streaming on Discoveries. Thanks for the chat.
Thank you so much.
Speak again. Do I jump in the middle of Nigel Farage? No. I'll give him some space. I'll give him some space. Took a wander around. Hey guys. Hey, it's Donna. Hey Donna. Oh, come here. Are you alright? Are you alright?
Yes.
You alright?
Mm-hmm. What a day. Although I have been to more violent protests.
That's true.
This was, compared to that one, it was, today was a 6 out of 10.
Right.
I've been to the 10 out of 10.
Jeez, big production this is. Look at it. We've got coordination.
Got our
Long way from CPAC.
police friends over there.
Police
Yeah.
friends? Where?
There you go.
Oh, plainclothes. Detectives. Oh no, there's a. I'll call it. Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh, the police billed for this, didn't they? And they had to pay. Ah, okay. We got. Oh. Sorry. Quick media stop. We've seen each other before. What do we got?
Man of the hour.
Yeah. I'm not going to interrupt him. I think there's kind of an exclusive ADH media kind of thing inside here.
So great. So great. Yeah. I like
Give them some room. I'll come back over here to more interested in Nigel Farage. So Black Magic 6K. Zuby doing an interview with ADH, who've probably paid for the media rights to this location. And that's why I'm just being aware of what I can capture. I might actually ask, who's the Ghetto gentleman, the Ghetto CEO?
I'm not too sure.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. Yeah. I'm gonna jump on Jason Miller for 1 second. So, yeah.
Okay. Big fella. Oh, yeah. Just the exercises going for
I made it. I'm in. I'm here. And I'm giving people some space where I can, but I am going to doorstop Jason in a second because I'm going to be like, how do I live stream? Go.
I was next to
Have you spoken?
It was inside. We were both standing. It was in the dark, towards the back. I didn't want to bother him, so we
Have you seen Cameron Wilson, the karate journal?
I don't think I know his face. That's the problem.
Can you bring up Twitter and have Cam Wilson's Twitter?
I was actually on Twitter and I saw you were live streaming here. I was like, because I was about to tweet, and I was like, I'm not going to go to him.
See if I can. I'd love to speak with Cam. That'd be great. Cameron Wilson. Let's have a look.
Which one is it?
The one, yeah, Cammy Boo. There you go.
Cammy Boo.
Yeah, can you look at his most recent photo? It'll show me where he is.
Okay, well, an hour ago he was.
That was an hour ago. Show this thread. Up and to the left. So then I'm wondering, do I wait for Jason Miller or do I go grab Cammy Boo? Yeah, there you go. Cam can give he often gives a good, fair take, even though ideologically he's on the other pole of this, but sometimes it all depends, like any journal, any news.
So he's more reasonable than others.
I wouldn't describe him as reasonable, I would describe him as fair.
Sure.
If that makes sense. I actually describe him as the opposite of reasonable, but yeah, no, there's that. Carter's in here. What is Carter doing in here? Oh, what's Carter looking for? I don't know. How's it going? That's Sergeant Carter.
So what happened?
We're great friends. Sergeant Carter and I.
What happened?
Yeah. What do you mean? What happened? Sergeant Carter? Oh, he's great. I think this is the first time I've seen him without his hat on.
Yes.
We're great friends. I try and be friends with people.
That started a trend. What your artwork I got it. No, I got it. I went to office work.
A bets? There's a bets. Go.
They could do like 100, but they couldn't do 1,000.
Yeah, and it all just
Yeah, I do, but they're in Queensland. They only work 5 days. And he asked me.
Senator Lionhelm, nice to see you again. Hope you're well.
It's good. Been a world. Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane, Gold Coast, all huge amounts.
I'm hoping Jason,
yes.
Chris, live streaming on Chris Coveries right now, and I have to ask a question. How do you get live stream access to your platform on Getter?
So verified users, that's one of the things. So have you submitted to be a verified user, or do you have a card or information?
I'd love to hand you a card. I'd love to speak with anyone that you can put onto, so that, because I live streamed the protest downstairs, and I would have streamed it together, but I spent the past 3 days trying to work out how.
Why we do the live streaming for verified users is because of the incident like what we saw in Buffalo, things like that. So some random person doesn't go and live stream something that they shouldn't.
Oh, and then you get I understand. It's that your reputation's on the line, but who's live streaming on it.
Basically verifying is make sure we know who the person really is.
Yeah.
Make sure that that they're a real person. Now, it doesn't mean they have to be famous or in journalism or politics, but it's an extra layer of protection to make sure what happened in Buffalo doesn't happen.
Yeah, I'd love to restream to Getter as well.
Okay, excellent.
Oh, that's perfect. Great. And I'll drop you hopefully I can drop you a message on Getter as well.
Yes.
Social media
Absolutely.
platform. Yeah, great. Love to.
It's good to meet you.
Thanks, Jason.
I'll get it taken care of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please. Thanks,
Sounds
Jason.
good.
Great platform. Thanks, man.
Do me a favor. That's my WhatsApp number on there. Shoot me your Getter handle name so then I can get it to the right guy.
Can do. Thanks, Jason. What's next for the platform? There's
Monetization.
Monetization.
Yep. They'll be coming in a couple of weeks. We'll start off with the programmatic ads, domestic U.S. programmatic ads, starting with static, moving into video. Then we'll start increasing with the programmatic ads, our top 8 markets all around the world, which would be fantastic. Direct ad sales in the U.S. will start almost imminent. Probably won't have the direct ad sales in other countries probably out first of the year. Just got to get kind of a critical base. And we have a good base to be able to monetize with the for content creators with the programmatic side. But to go and do the direct ad sales, you need to have a little bit bigger base. But we're growing, so it's good.
Are you facing struggles not just with advertisers, but generally the no's that you might get when you say the word conservative to advertisers, platforms, even server hosts? Has this been a constant struggle that you've been facing, just trying to get up off the ground, get some air with venture capital?
No, I mean, we have our investors who were with us from day one and helped us launch, knew that they were going to, we had a long-term vision of what we wanted to do, and so they're on board with that, and there's a great opportunity to go and do it, so we're in good shape on that. And again, too, it's a free speech platform, so we want people from the left, we want people from the right. I mean, obviously, I'm someone who comes out of conservative U.S. politics, make no bones about that, but I want people from the left. I want people who don't even care about politics. So that's really where our target is.
Great. Thank you so much, Jason.
Yeah, take care.
Talk to you soon. Lovely. Very polite gentleman. Lovely. Jason, CEO of Getter. Just had a chat about live streaming and the like. Let's see if I can come over here. Hey, man. Hang over here with the minigun and see if I can speak to you while I'm here, because people will be concerned about privilege here because they do get targeted for coming to events like this. Oh, did you? Are you okay to talk?
What do you want me to say?
You can say anything you want and say good day. Hey, Chris,
G'day,
you've seen me before, but this is Dan, who was just watching my live stream.
Yes, I was watching the live stream outside today. Very rowdy as usual, these left-wing idiots, you know, calling us racists and whatever. Are
you a racist?
No. I can't.
Are you a Nazi?
No.
One of their chants was Nazis fuck off. Is that something you can agree with?
Yes.
Well, okay, I'm out of it. There you go.
It's a really contradictory thing because most of the people here from a multinational background, like I'm actually born in Australia, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm born in Australia, but my heritage is Italian and Seychelles. That's minority Seychelles background. That's from the Seychelles, right?
Seychelles? Yep.
Yes. It's actually an African nation. So they're part African as well. So, you know, so it's just a very contradictory thing.
Are you the right kind of African? Because you're only African if you have the right ideas. What was Joe Biden? If you're for Trump and not me, then you ain't black. Do you remember that line? Oh, yes. If you're for Trump and not me, or he said, if you're for him and not me, if you're voting for him and not me, then you ain't black. I believe was the line.
That's a really stuffed up statement coming from him. Sorry.
Biden, he's known for his gaffes.
I know.
But it's not an uncommon view that you have you have to be the right kind of ethnicity. You have to be the right kind of ideas. I was downstairs with Dana, who you were probably watching.
Yes, I saw that.
And she was one of the few people of colour there, and I would suggest also one of the few transgender people. And she was being, well, thrown around. There's no other way for it. And she was there at her own event, because this is her event, because she's got a pass and whatever else. And she was standing against people who were protesting. She was counter-protesting. But she didn't have the right ideas. She wasn't the right type.
It's so contradictory, honestly. It's really bad. I feel that in the last election that we just had, the federal election, Australian society has gone too far to the left, and it needs to be called back to the centre again. Because it's becoming really bad. And we've got to do something about it.
I guess this is how you're trying to do something about that.
Yes.
I also raise a concern of, as this continues forward, is the concerns that people outside had one of them was about economic inequality. Mm-hmm. And a concern I raise of theirs is that this social conservative movement is being hijacked, as we've seen in the UK, for tax cuts, where the Conservatives are not, by most people would not describe the Conservatives on immigration with 1 million entries on issues, and instead have just used it to pursue a economically conservative agenda, which isn't at all, which is just tax cuts. And it's a concern. Can you understand that worry there, that this is going to get hijacked simply yet again, as the left, I would suggest, has been hijacked by the rich universities and so on, that the right's going to get hijacked just to cut taxes and achieve nothing else, not a border wall or immigration or anything at all. So you can understand that concern that... Yes, not much beyond that. Hold on. Zuby's getting some photos. Michelle's photos don't ever get too far. Do you want a photo with Zuby?
Oh no, it's I've got to go in.
Yeah, go.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dan. See you, mate. Yeah. Thanks for watching. CPAC. At least I get in here. I'd love to get into Marxism, but I don't think they'll ever let me in. I'll be polite at Marxism conference. That'd be nice, but that's what they want. I have to wait for the break and see if we can find where Cam Wilson is, because I'd love to speak with him. Hold on, we're going to stop over here, mate.
Sorry.
Can I grab you for a second? Can we talk gear? 4K. 6K. Canon 15 to 2 point. That's a cinema lens. America?
I don't even know, man.
You don't know? You know about it.
Oh, well, kind of.
A bit more than that?
This guy's the Tamron 17 to 50, so...
70 to 2.8?
Yeah, I'll go to 2.8.
Yep.
But, look, it's not my usual run-and-gun choice.
What's your choice?
Oh, look, I'll happily swing a lens if I get to have a nice cine on it.
Okay.
It's very lovely.
Yep.
But the Black Magic, man, that's a great camera. I personally usually shoot on the Pro pocket because of the inbuilt ND filters.
Oh, yeah.
We don't need that today.
Nope.
We're just in studio. So our lovely...
You've got your Amaran 200. Another one at the back or a 60X back there?
that guy is probably 60 and then we've got another
200 back there. Yeah, cool. Yep.
Which is lovely. And our audio is balanced and remixed that with back.
What are you using for audio going to...
It's all in a big rack.
Oh, it's all going to the big rack?
Yeah, it's just behind there. You want to see it though?
No. Although maybe if it's a little bit quieter, maybe I will.
Right, it's just a box.
Okay.
This has been lovingly set up by Production by Design.
Production by Design?
And I get to be the third,
Is that your phone?
The third wheel.
Is that your phone?
A friend of mine.
Oh, a friend of yours?
Yeah, I'm just a gun for hire.
Cool.
So, I got
was
the
your
easy
name?
job of off and on together. Josh.
Chris. Live streaming on Chris Coveries.
Chris Coveries, nice.
I'll see you later. Thanks, Josh.
That's how they're doing it. That's your truth. And like there is
JB.
There you go, mate.
You're good, mate.
Good on you. Good to see you.
you. Thank you for coming. Good to see you. I'm glad you came.
Yeah, oh great. Yeah, fantastic.
It's good, isn't it?
Oh, marvellous. Yeah, marvellous. Wouldn't miss for anything. Yeah.
You're looking well. You're looking great, actually.
Can't complain.
Love your hat.
I've had a few weeks in hospital, so...
Have you?
I've had a broken hip and everything and all sorts of problems, but anyway.
I'm sorry to hear, mate.
I had an iron buddy transfusion yesterday.
No, I'm sorry to hear.
Hey?
I'm sorry to hear.
Yeah, oh, well, one day I'll pick up, hopefully.
Bugger. Anthony's here. I'm glad to see you here as well.
Here.
Yeah, no. And you got the media pass? Good? JB of the Weekly Times, the almost 100-year-old newspaper from Ryde, which is my local area.
101 now.
101. There you go.
See you, Chris.
Thanks, man. Thank you. Did you chat?
No.
I gotta keep going then. I gotta. If you don't want to chat on camera, I'm live streaming, so I gotta go. Sorry, guys. If you don't want to be on camera, please don't chase me. Don't chase me that you want to talk. Honestly, because just don't. Really, guys. Really. If you don't want to be on camera running after me. Trying to keep the camera, because it is, I'm kind of in a private event, and I understand that I'm not trying to surreptitiously record people. I understand that. There's a certain respect around that. I get that. I've been invited in. You gotta be respectful while you're here. I'm looking around for who I can grab. There's a Senator Malcolm Roberts here. I might actually grab Abetz, because he seems in less demand now that he's not in C. See if I can cut in on a senator at some point. There's a Warren Mundine here. Warren, can I grab you for a chat?
Yeah, sure.
On camera? Hey, mate. We just had a protest outside which said that it was for people of colour, for Aboriginal rights, for Indigenous, and that was there to unite against the right. But here you are inside what is described as a right-wing conference, but they're against you. How does this add up?
Well, it just tells you how lunatic they really are. Like, we had 3 Aboriginals sitting on the stage today talking about Aboriginal issues, talking about Australia as a whole and how we are one nation and that we're all Australians and we should be working together rather than becoming apart. Look, Australia 50 years now it's been since we had discriminatory legislation in Australia. Today, Aboriginal people have got all the same rights as every Australian citizen has the same rights. Opportunities as well. You know, there's thousands of opportunities out there. I say to people, pick one, pick two, pick three, whatever.
Outside, one of the calls was for was about economic inequality. And these days, rather than your skills, your opportunity, it's which major monopolistic corpo you join is more an indicator of your future success. Is that a cause that you can kind of understand from their point of view? They're concerned about corporate control, monopolies, and that it's not equal opportunity. It depends if you're joining Google or a big tech.
Look what's happening look at the mining and energy industry.
A very good point.
Yeah, people say, that Aboriginals don't like mining and energy. Well, in Australia we have laws that you cannot do anything like even drill without permission of the local Aboriginal community. So all these people, how are they mining, how are they getting energy? Well, because the Aboriginal people wanted it. There's thousands of Aboriginal people working in the mining and energy industry today, 7,000 in fact, 2,000 of them are women. We have a CEO of ERA, a uranium mining company, who's Aboriginal. We have other directors of company like Ben Wyatt and Rio Tinto and other people. We've got all these engineers, all these people working in these industries. This is the way forward, because when you get people a job, you not only change that person's life, you change their family's life. They're able to buy a house, a car, go on holidays, get their kids educated, and build a career for them. And that's the way forward. The forward is jobs, jobs, jobs. And how do you do that? You get Aboriginal people into businesses who work in their communities, who are able to hire and train Aboriginal people. And this is how you deal with all these issues. It's not rocket science. We've been, as human beings, we've been doing this for 1,000 years. And you see all the most prosperous countries in the world, they are the ones that have business, free markets, free enterprises. People are able to set up their own business and do things, and then they're able to hire and train people. They're commercial, they make money. This is the way forward. And I chair an organisation called the Australian Indigenous Education Fund. We put 1,000 people for our programs. We have doctors, lawyers, engineers, accountants. We've got the most senior, one of the most senior executives at the New South Wales Treasury is one of our graduates. We've got people in the Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank, one of our graduates. We have people working in the Commonwealth Bank. We have people in Westpac. We have people in the mining industry. We have people in corporates around the country running their own businesses, as well as being in high positions in the public service. That's my answer to the people out there.
Thanks, Warren. I'll let you get back inside.
Thank you.
Thank you. They're calling everyone just back inside, so we just have to let them go. Hello! Hello again. Are you going back inside? Or have we got... Sorry.
Well, I have to be honest. Nigel Farage is a little overrated, but gotta at least see. We saw him in person and gotta at least hear him in person.
It's so true. It is true.
I will be honest. I did rock up and I did feel like, this is about an hour ago I rocked up and I was like, I kind of know a lot of this stuff, or I've heard of. I think it was someone speaking on energy, and I understand this isn't a university campus, but I won't complain any further.
One thing that I was speaking to someone outside is that they regard Nigel as a politician, but I tried to remark that he's not a politician, he's a celebrity.
Correct.
And I more see that as part of his public profile, his purpose, and what he's doing.
Politicians will deal with the system. He doesn't.
Are you getting paid today? Are you getting paid? Is this?
Well, if I sell the images.
Oh, okay. You're not actually. Oh, okay. Oh,
if I don't sell anything, I get nothing.
Okay. All right.
If they get used, I might get.
I thought.
Small amounts of money.
No, I thought you might be getting actually. No, you're not actually getting paid. You're getting paid.
I'm on royalties, basically.
Yes.
If any media use my images, then.
Sorry, let me get back to Donna. Thank you. That's Richard. I see him quite at a number of different protests, and I see him often.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I just had to catch him while he was going. So Nigel is a little bit over it. Is he up now? Is that who's happening?
In a moment, yes.
In a moment, yep. Okay. I'll let ADH go ahead and stream that kind of thing. Senator Keith Pitt over there. I'll grab Jacinta in a second and see if I can get some of them. But what I was going to... have you spoken... Who else have you spoken with just since I last saw you?
I did catch up with Eric a bit.
Oh, yeah?
So Eric a bit,
Oppose the
him or
opening
someone's giving them out. Anyway, he was a guy he's the president or national spokesperson for the Australian Monarchists League. I was on Q&A with him. The Q&A where eventually old mate Stan Grant had a Freudian slip and this is a very ABC audience. And we already knew that because that audience and the panelists were pretty hard on Eric, and they gave me and some other young fella on the monarchist side, no more than 2 minutes of our time.
I was at a journalism conference with him where he spoke about how glad he was to see how few whites there were, and that if anyone is here, he didn't mean any offence, but they need to get used to it from now on. I don't think that's building any harmony in doing so. No, I don't think that is. If that is the goal, it's not going particularly well. Let me grab some photos of Luco over here. 1 sec. Luco will appreciate this. I'll send it to Luca later on.
Just to see how well you can.
That's so cool, isn't it?
Yeah, shut up.
No, it's a bit.
Oh yeah, that looks really good. That looks good.
So that in? They got in? But, great.
Did it come out?
Yeah, it came out fine. Just hoping that I didn't. There we go. Yeah, cool.
I got a great photo of him. Hang on.
Hold on, let me grab Topher. Chris.
Hey, how are you?
There you go.
They let you in this time.
How do you know?
What?
I had to wait for an hour, actually, yeah.
Oh, do you?
Yeah,
okay.
because I wasn't let in. Because I was outside for the protest.
Yeah.
And then the whole thing went into lockdown and everyone was like, oh, not coming in. Because I'm wearing my badge from... don't you see? I love it because it's just... It's a laugh.
Looks,
but yeah, they were just like, yeah, not coming in. I was like, okay. Joel and Senator Antic couldn't get in either. So I was stuck out there with this live. I just hung out with Rita for like an hour.
Oh no!
Just chatting while the security run around in circles, being like, "Oh no, you can't come in."
No one's coming in. No one's coming in.
Live streaming, as you've always seen me. I'm always live streaming. But for those who don't know, this is Topher Field, Christopher Fields, Battleground Melbourne. Great film. You should go and see.
Battlegroundmelbourne.com, free to watch in full. We've won 10 international awards so far, and none in Australia, which I think tells a story in itself. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Australian film festivals, most of them get government funding. Do the math.
And they,
Not all of them by any stretch of the imagination, but most of them. They rely on some level of government largesse, whether it's access to certain facilities that they use or various other things like that. And the whole arts industry is just a grants gravy train. So,
well, there's a lot of films made. Maybe it's just a matter of
granted, but
and public relations is important there as well. And you've got to be in the right cliques to get those applications.
All of those things.
You know that how you just got to know the right people to get it. And maybe it's nothing more there. But
everyone's equal, but some people are more equal than others.
But if I can ask, have they refused admission of your films?
No, but we've been refused showing.
Really?
So yeah,
Tell me more about that.
We've had certain cinemas that have just flat out refused to actually allow us to book Battleground Melbourne in, and then we've had others that have agreed. And there was a big campaign online. They were making lots of noise that they were going to have a big protest at the premiere in Camberwell, in Melbourne.
But it just draws more attention to it.
Well, look, I didn't need more attention. It was sold out anyway. But yeah, not a single person actually showed up. You know,
well, that's a pity.
Not a single protester, which was a bit of a shame. I wore like my running shoes and everything just in case I had to, do a runner at something. No, I'm joking, by the way. And then you get Nigel live the other day in Melbourne. 5 people and a sign showed up, and you're just kind of like, well, what happened to that movement that did have big sort of crowds? And last time Nigel came, 2018,
there was a good showing. You missed out just today.
200. Do we still call that a good showing?
I wouldn't. I'd say we're close to 70.
Okay, well, so I'm going. Sorry, to be fair.
Oh, this is my gig. This is my gig. I know.
No. Let me say, when I laid eyes on it, I actually said 70. That's the exact number that came out of my mouth. Yeah. I said 200 because that's what someone else said to me, and I thought, oh, it must have grown.
No.
So 70 was my assessment when I saw it.
I don't say 70 to shame them. In fact, I'm happy if there's a...
We had 70 people at our very first anti-lockdown protest, and that grew to be a couple of 100,000 people 2 years later. So,
To contrast that with the last CPAC that was in Sydney, a single gentleman from Antifa, who I'd seen at previous protests outside BLM, showed up to the last one with actually a very fair statement, which was Trump equals 220,000 dead around COVID. you can debate all of these questions, but it wasn't a you're a bigot, and he wanted to discuss it, and he spoke to people
He's
about
at
it.
least got a data point. I wouldn't say that's a fair statement at all, but he's got a data point at the very least. So.
I regard it as a perfectly fair thing to show up and protest, and you can have a discussion from there.
Yeah.
Most statements aren't fuck off Nazis. Well, how do you like? Where do you go from there?
You can. I always like it when people send me emails and they open up with abuse. You're a fucking dog, blah blah. And I usually write back and say, oh wow, your intellect is just so incredibly impressive. I'm deeply, deeply impressed. Where did you go to school? Something really just lathered in cynicism. And they come back, oh, you can't talk to me like that. I'm saying, excuse me, you opened with an ad hominem attack. I'm just giving back to you.
Yep.
And they really don't like it when it comes back. So your point about that one individual at least having a data point, at least having something to say, I think
you can
is
have a
valid. I think it's a ridiculous position. However, that's different. You're quite right. That's different to abuse.
He was polite. He had a dialogue. He had plenty of anger pent up, but nothing about his protest. And to show up alone, that's bravery. So I had a lot of credit for him to do that, and then to have terse but polite conversations with people at CPAC, a complete contrast to what we saw today, which was...
But I do wonder what happened to the momentum of that sort of protest movement, because when Nigel Farage came to Melbourne in 2018, they managed to cause quite a lot of trouble. I think they made fools of themselves, but they managed to cause quite a lot of trouble. 5 people. Now, to be fair, they were also very polite and they didn't cause trouble and so forth. They were there to hold up a sign and to make a statement. Okay, fine, I've got no issue with that whatsoever. But is it just that that were there last time have now grown up and moved out of their mum's basement and they have other things to do now? Like, what happened to all the people that showed up 4 years ago? I'm genuinely like, what happens to, how does a movement go from looking like it's got the momentum, it's got the youth, it's got this is the future, to almost being gone?
It is going through, and I say this from the outside, the anti-fascist side is going through a bit of a crisis of identity post-COVID. Before COVID, it was more coherent, which is F government, anarchy. That makes sense. You can understand that.
Hey,
Gabe Buckley here.
You want to talk fuck government and anarchy? I'm on board. I'm actually on board. This is the hilarious thing.
COVID changed that now. Where now Antifa is pro-vax mandate, pro-pharma. And
I'm sorry, the moment you're pro-vax mandate, whether you like it or not, you're against individual human rights. Okay, bodily autonomy is one of the most fundamental human rights, and so this is what's mystifying to me. How does this movement, the crisis of identity makes a lot of sense, but how does a movement go from believing that they are the champions of human rights to completely betraying human rights as a core tenet of their identity in such a short space of time?
And this is why some of the energy has ebbed some. Because absolutely. But the take Tom Tanuki, who is widely seen as an ideological leader within that. He has struggled to try and fit this in because this is a big new piece.
Fit.
And it's hard to.
It doesn't fit. It's really hard. I have, as a libertarian, I have a lot in common with the left. I'm against the war on drugs and think we should legalise the whole lot. I'm against restrictions on immigration and think we should have open borders. This is why I laugh when people are like, you're a fascist, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh, come on, guys, you don't even know the meaning of the word and you don't know what I believe. If the left were actually still hardline about defending human rights, I would be right there with you. The problem is they're not anymore. They pick and choose, and you can't do that with human rights. The minute it's a cord, it's not a tapestry, it's a cord. The minute you cut one part of it, the whole thing's cut. Right? You can't say human rights apply except here. Well, then human rights don't apply. And this is my issue now. I believe in human rights, fundamental, individual, universal human rights. Okay, that's what I believe in. And I'm sorry, but the left no longer does.
I think many on their side would call it an evolution now, a change of a pivot, shall we say?
A pivot, yes. I would call it a betrayal. And with that, I'm going to have to get on. There's a couple of other people I need to talk to. But thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris.
All the best with your live stream.
Talk to me again later on in the day.
Sure.
See you,
Cheers.
All right.
They were discussing the number of Indigenous people in prison, and they were arguing that there should be special dispensation in relation to that. You saw another side.
Of course, it is a concern that we have very high population in Australia. And I think my biggest, what I say about that is that
Mr. Pitt, do you think I can grab you for a chat? I'm actually currently live streaming with you a little bit.
Sure, we can do whatever you need.
Yeah, please. If I can.
You want to see backdrop or?
Yeah, sure. Just walk and talk.
Oh, walk and talk.
Yeah, happy. Actually, they're one of the nicest ways to have a chat.
Oh, fair enough.
I've just been outside live streaming the protest, which is what I generally do.
Well, how many are left? 3, 4?
It's believed that they're still hanging around, which is why the police have left some there.
These protesters are just not as dedicated as they used to be under the coalition government. I mean, Albanese government, they seem to be a lot softer.
I think the last time I saw you was at Q&A, and I was there with the largest political Chinese language YouTuber in Australia, Edgar Sydney Daddy Lou, who used to work for the SBS.
Is that in Sydney or in Gladstone?
In Sydney, right?
The Sydney.
Here.
Oh, the one with Malcolm. It would have been. It's the one I've done.
Yes, it was.
Yes,
Oh, yeah, that was.
Yeah. Sarah Hanson-Young.
Yes, it was.
Probably a bit loud, mate. We'll just keep walking.
Sure. And what surprised me at that was we were discussing with the Dow Chemicals. You were discussing with the Dow Chemicals CEO.
Andrew Liveris, yeah.
Because he was talking about feedstocks and
Yes.
something that kind of glossed over most of the audience about how to produce polyesters and things like that. And you were discussing very simple, where do we get these things from? How do we
Correct.
replace it? But what I found most interesting was the audience was livid.
Oh, yeah, very unhappy.
Behind me, I found that people were cheering and jeering yourself and the Dow Chemical CEO. Right there, run with it. But it was more of a sports crowd. And what you didn't see happening there was every now and then I'm like, well, I'm gonna jeer too. So you may have heard from the crowd when you said mining. I was cheering, like, woo, mining.
I was wondering who that was. There was only one.
But it was just such a schoolyard.
Oh, very much so. I love the entry where you're introduced one at a time. And of course, Malcolm was enormously popular. Sarah Hanson-Young was popular. They didn't know Andrew, so they were very polite. Could have heard a pin drop when I walked in, but that's the audience.
But it's an important view, and what you put across was interesting, factual, but
the facts will always keep you free.
It's hard. If I can come to today, if we can. That's good to see it. At that moment, you're now in opposition.
Unfortunately, yes.
You're now in a very different point, rather than making policy, now opposing policy, especially when it comes to resources.
Opposing bad policy.
Bad policy. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Bipartisan.
Oh, well, I mean, there'll be some things, as there always are, that go through the parliament with bipartisan support. For example, in government, the Kimber low-level radioactive waste facility in South Australia was eventually passed with bipartisan support. And so these things happen in the national interest. But when we come down to Chris Bowen's plan to destroy the country by covering it in 2 million hectares plus of solar panels and thousands of wind turbines, transmission lines, well, there's a transmission line coming to a backyard near you very soon. I just think that's mad.
I'm on a wholesale power plant at home, so right now I get paid to consume power with Amber. It's a negative 3 or 4 cents. So if I export any solar, I get billed.
Yes, there you go.
So there's a retail experience, and what I try and tell my viewers frequently is it's not the producers that are going to make money anymore. There's more money in speculating
in demand management.
In demand.
And none of that puts the price down.
I've done a live stream on Enron, which is, don't worry about producing power, short it all along.
Well, sort of like closing Loy Yang.
Yeah, Origin isn't in the money in producing electricity.
No,
They're in the
business of making money and returns for shareholders.
Every business is.
No, that's exactly right.
But that message increasingly isn't getting out. It's a simple build windmills, build solar, great as they are,
but they don't work.
But
it's a bit
you
of a
need
fundamental
something
problem.
else.
Correct. If you build 2 lots, it costs twice as much. It's pretty straightforward. But CPAC today has been wonderful. I think it's been a really good event today and really good turnout. And
there's a pro-nuclear power speaker who I think we've just come away from.
Michael Schellenberger?
No, okay, yes, that's another one. But ex-left Extinction Rebellion Greenpeace.
Ah, yes. Zion Lights.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Is that something someone you might think about platforming in a committee sometime?
Well, look, I'm always happy to talk to pretty much anybody, and having done this for a while, you get all sorts coming to committees. I mean, I clearly recall being on the nuclear inquiry, and we had 2 people. It was in Melbourne who were opposed, and the question I always asked was, well, what about nuclear medicine? 80% of the waste in Australia comes from nuclear medicine. It stops people from dying, right? Diagnoses cancer. And it was 50-50. One said, well, actually, yes, I would use that if it saved my life. And the other lady said, no way. No, there's no way. I would rather die than use nuclear isotopes to actually extend my life, which I thought was Very surprising.
On nuclear, a fair criticism made of Matt Canavan's Malcolm Roberts. I'm not sure if you were a signatory to the...
No, I work for a living. I'm in the House of Reps. Senators do all these interesting policy things.
But a fair criticism made was, why didn't Canavan and others move that bill while in government rather than now in opposition, where it tends to be a bit of a virtue signal?
Yeah, well, I mean, there was a lot of work that was actually done under the coalition government. Myself and Angus Taylor did quite an extensive amount of work around nuclear, but the reality is you just ran out of time. Without bipartisan support, it means you've got to fight your way through and you have to make the case. And making the case takes time.
Were you fighting the opposition or were you fighting your own party?
Oh, it's always a bit of both.
A bit of both, All right.
Very good.
I'll leave you with that.
Mate, great to be with you.
Live streaming on Chris Coveries, and hope to see you again.
Fantastic, great to see you.
Thanks, chat. See you. That was a polite conversation, and you challenged him at the end about why virtue signal and nuclear power, why not moving in government. Didn't really have much of an answer for me though. But I really was at that Q&A with him, and I did talk about how he was there, and I ended up rooting for Keith because everyone there was bloody awful. They were jeering like anything. It was schoolyard. I don't know, just awful.
Legal services.
Gotta leave my second power bank in the car. Oh well, happens.
Legal services where you might know in Central Australia there are Aboriginal legal services that exist that primarily support perpetrators.
I'm wearing guns to prove it.
Say again?
She's out.
Just so you don't.
So it's about making sure that Indigenous legal services, not necessarily Indigenous legal services, are well supported and well funded in the circumstances that they come.
I noticed...
Guys, I'm going to walk back outside. What have we got over here that we can gate crash? Let's go and have a peek inside.
Giving business incentive, but it's up to you. It's up to you here in Australia what you do. On your current course, you are not going to get Conservatives back in power for a very, very long time. And given the gutlessness and cowardice and frankly letdown that Scott Morrison was to so many people in this country, they don't deserve to be back in power. But if you get this right, you will be able to win the next election and win it well. I've seen this same pattern all across the Western world. You've got to get rid of the cowards and replace them with fighters and leaders. And Australia, I hope and pray that you do that. Thank you. We're going to have a go at doing some questions and answers. So can we get the lights up, please? And can I see somebody with a microphone who is wandering around? Yes.
Here I am.
Right, who would like to ask some questions? And nothing is off limits.
We have Finola here.
Finola.
Welcome back. It was 2 or 3 years ago I asked you 4 questions. The first one was, what the hell is going on in London with all the stabbings? And you said, the mayor. What has changed since you've been here? And also, you've been straddling the Atlantic. So you're seeing both sides of the coin. What is going to emerge in the next 6 months, say?
Okay. Number one, Sadiq Khan is the mayor of London. He's a complete blooming disaster. He seems to care more about stopping us driving our motor cars or putting speed cameras up everywhere to stop us doing more than 20 mph than he does about growing knife crime. Unfortunately, he gets re-elected every time because there is something called the early postal vote, which is open to complete and utter manipulation, and election integrity really, really matters. What has changed here? I'll be honest with you, a lot. a lot. I think lockdown has woken many Australians up to the fact that politics can interfere with their lives in the most extraordinary way, and a country that traditionally had quite a high level of political apathy, because people lived in Australia, loved the big outdoors, were happy, unimpeded in their lives. Now, the feeling now that government is simply...
Found him. Found Cameron. Hi.
Very nice to see you.
Can you please? I tried going through Justin, but he's very busy.
Okay.
Please drop me a note.
Okay, Chris.
Elizabeth's doing great.
Thank you.
Sorry? I will. I will. All right, cameras.
All I would say is that this disease of culture, this disease of divide, is worse in America than it is in Australia, than it is in the United Kingdom. And I fear, genuinely fear, for the future of America and American cities unless the right values can prevail. And that's why I'm a Donald Trump supporter. He's got the guts to fight and win this great cultural war.
The next question is from Eric.
Nigel, long time since Dalrymple's book signing. Question is, we've seen Liz Truss backflip on several issues. Like, for example, I noticed you wrote something rather critical of her a few days ago. Is she going to come good? I know you said you couldn't predict the next 6 months, but is she going to get energy right, the fundamentals? What are your thoughts?
Look, you know, we have pursued net zero, all right? Which means we de-industrialise. The aluminium smelters close, the refineries close, the chemical plants close, our steel industry gets moved to India and China. And we have $1 to $2 trillion worth of natural gas under our feet in the north of England. We haven't yet extracted a single barrel, but hey, we built wind turbines. Isn't that bloody great? And this winter, if we get a bad winter, with a big anticyclone sitting over the North Sea, the lights will go out. Think of that in a modern world that is more dependent on electricity than we ever were before, with computerization, digitization, and everything else. She has said that she's now open to the idea of fracking for gas. She said we want to become energy independent by 2040. Well, I'm really sorry. I want to be energy independent by the end of 2023. And you have to ask yourself, does she have the guts to do it? On the economy, she's shown some courage. On energy, it's tentative. And on the boats crossing the English Channel every day, with gangs of Albanian criminals openly boasting on TikTok about how they're coming into our country and doing such harm, she hasn't yet shown the guts and resolve to deal with it in the way, can I say, that Tony Abbott did so brilliantly for Australia back in 2021. Boris has damaged the Conservative brand hugely, let everybody down, terribly. And it's a shame, because he had the world at his feet. He just wasn't quite capable of telling the truth. He never really was actually a Conservative. There are many things about Boris we just don't know, including how many children he's got. So look, I wish Liz Truss well, I mean that. She is our last hope between that and a Labour government that will tax us again and make us even more energy dependent on the rest of the world. I wish her well, but in answering your question, can she do it? I doubt it. I doubt it, but we'll see. Right, I've got a couple more minutes.
A couple more questions. We have Adam here.
Yes, Adam.
Hi, Nigel. Thank you for coming today. Regarding the EU and Brexit, so I recently attained my EU citizenship, and I see the benefits of using that in order to work and study and around the EU. So to me, Brexit was negative to me if I wanted to go to Britain, for example. So I do understand the reasons behind it.
Why?
I'm sorry, as in, to work and study, it's not as
You're
easy.
very welcome to come and work and study in the United Kingdom with or without Brexit, regardless whether your passport's Australian or Belgian or Spanish. Listen, we've been working across Europe for centuries before the European Union came along. The point about having a British passport as opposed to an EU one is that it gives us the ability to check, in theory, to check who is coming into our country, just as Australia does, just as any normal country does. So look, complete open borders, I think, are irresponsible, play into the hands of criminality, people trafficking, and everything else. Brexit does not close the United Kingdom off to Europe. What it might just do is open us up in a better and more engaging way with the rest of the world. And right at the top of my list are a group of countries who I think we frankly betrayed in the 70s, and that includes Australia. After Australia's massive contribution to our safety and security, the massive cost Australia paid in 2 world wars, lending us a hand to keep our freedom, what we did to you was dreadful, and with Brexit, we can mend that relationship, and we are beginning to do so.
Thank you for that. So just regarding, the relationship now with the EU, would you say that you're looking for something similar to what Switzerland has with the rest of the EU, and you're able to keep your independence, but at the same time reap the benefits from, the EU?
Look, there are no benefits with the EU. What we want are good relations with our neighbours and trade with our neighbours. Now, having good relations with the French is a very, very tall order. I mean, it's never been possible. Especially with Macron in the Elysee. They've tried to be vindictive towards us. They really have tried to punish us. And do you know why? And do you know why Brexit is so hated and why I'm so despised by the global elites? Because the EU is the epicenter of a globalist project. They would like all of you to be part of this project of centralized global government where they make the decisions, where we have no power, and Brexit is the first brick out of the globalist war. I will leave you with this thought. There are some that think that the 2016 shocks, the Brexit shock, the Trump shock, there are some that think they were short-term aberrations and that normal globalist service has been resumed. They're wrong. As was evidenced last Sunday in Italy, with the victory of a woman who appears to have some real spirit, and I like her style, I must say. Her defence of family values, her defence of Christian culture, her defence of national identity. And I think we're headed for some very, very tough economic times, where we'll wake up to the fact that the globalist project suits big businesses, suits the super rich, but is damaging to genuine free market economics and the liberty of ordinary people and their wealth. There is huge, convulsive political change coming right across the Western world, and you in Australia should be part of it. You in Australia need to be part of it. You in Australia can be part of it. What I've seen going around the country, your people are crying out for it. Just get some better, stronger, more decent, conservative leaders, and you'll be part of that revolution. Thank you very much.
Now, please give a warm Australian welcome.
Cam, can I bother you for a minute?
sure. Hi.
Live streaming, I'll just let you know.
I would not like to be live streamed if that's okay. I'm just asking for.
You don't want to give it. I just wanted to ask you how you enjoying CPAC. We've met before. But
When do we meet? Sorry, I'm just asking. Can you please not live stream?
Discoveries, I'm sure you surely. Nice to meet you.
Hi, I just don't want to be live streamed, but that's okay.
I'll point it that way. No,
I would prefer not to have a conversation while live streaming.
You don't have to. You don't have to
We can
have a
chat
chat if you don't
on
want.
if you'd like to give me. Send me a DM or something, but I prefer not a live stream.
Would you actually?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you would? Yeah, of course. Send me a DM. I'll chat to you. I just don't want to do it on live stream. Thanks.
All good. See you, Cam. Cam Wilson. Didn't want to chat? That's okay. Bit anxious? Nervous? All good. All good. You know Cam Wilson?
Still streaming, sorry?
You know Cam Wilson?
Rings a bell.
He's a crikey journo. He's all right.
Oh.
Yeah. Say hi to him. He's. Oh no, the guy in the shirt. Yeah, look, just down there with the other Vice News guys. He's tweeted about me a fair bit. But it's fine. He said send me a DM and we can have a chat. But
that's good.
I'll send him a DM now.
You having fun?
Yeah, it's nice. I'm having plenty of great chats. I'm really happy with it, honestly. Spoken with Keith.
I thought it was
spoken with Matt.
I thought it was ridiculous they weren't letting you in. I was like, for God's sake, can you just let the man in? Because you're just streaming. Anyway, that's all good. How many people are watching now?
YouTube like 10, Facebook like 30 or 40.
Hey, everyone on Facebook and YouTube, good to see you. Yeah. Cool speeches. Cool speeches in there. There's Matt Schlatt.
I got to ask Matt about Raheem, their feud. You're not familiar with their feud?
Oh, well, what did he say?
I'm
actually not familiar with the feud, but I know Raheem's a bit, he's pretty edgy.
The detail is so long.
Yeah.
I was just like, is it over? Hatchet's buried. Is he welcome back? Is everyone welcome back? And he's like, always, Raheem. And he was great. He was great.
There you go. Well, that's a good sport.
Oh, look.
Sort of thing.
I'm sure emotions were high at that time, but...
yeah.
I
think I can come up with a better description than that.
I've dropped him a DM. There we go. Hey, dude. Hey, dude.
What would you call... Did you watch that video that Nigel played inside?
We chat while we're here. You're here. I didn't. I'm just attending Cam to make him chat while I'm here. And I think, yeah. Check out Cam's live tweet of your event. He's going to be probably the most followed, or the second most followed Twitter stream of yours. And he did a fair coverage. There's no weirdness or slights about it.
That's good.
You will have some that do, but yeah. Let me leave you to that.
No, cool. I'm just hanging out, man. Yeah, all good. I know it could be a bit awkward, just sort of. Everyone's inside. Yeah, I'm just sharing that video. So he played a video of him, Nigel, talking to a protester, and it's hilarious. Oh my god! So I put it on Facebook, Instagram. Just putting it on YouTube now.
Have a look.
Play it for your audience if you're able to put it on. It's hilarious.
Is it on?
It's on Facebook. It's on Instagram. On everywhere. Turning Point, Joel Jamal. I just spam it. Censorship, am I right? Just get it out there.
Let's have a look. Joel, how do you do cross-posting? Do you just manually post to each one, or do you have like an app that you cross-post?
No, I do it manually.
You do it manually?
Yeah, because it keeps it separate, and then they don't censor you all at the same time. So it's the best way I've found to do it. Yeah. Already, when I got that video drop, I just spread it out.
So Amanda and I, we know each other from a previous event where we met quite well, and she's lovely. I love to speak with whoever I can. Joel didn't want to. Cam didn't want to speak though. Hey, mate. I'm good.
come back to me. Yeah.
Let's see if any of those protesters have come back. And with the police presence, which is a good indicator of if protests return, come back. Police oh no, they're still patrolling. Police officers having a perfectly polite conversation with CPAC attendees, which is nice. Can't seem to bring up Georgia Miles' page. Sorry guys, I want to have a look at this video of Nigel Farage talking to protesters. No. Bugger. No. All quiet on the Eastern Front. Not much happening. No protests. Nope. Nope. All clear. Nope. 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 All good. Can I have a chat? I'm streaming as always. How you going, Jeff?
Good, mate. Good to see you.
Hey,
I
mate.
love you on the fake news pass.
Yeah, do you like it?
How good is that?
You like it?
Yeah.
It's fake.
Oh, no,
No.
I love it. Love it. Mate, Nigel Farage was on fire.
Are you leaving, coming, going?
Oh, yeah, I'm done for the day.
You done?
Yeah. No, that was brilliant. Oh, there you go. What's action out there?
No, not much. Not so
Yeah.
much. Did you see the protests?
I saw a bit of it, but I kind of got caught the tail end of it. As soon as I came, they just... Yeah.
Yeah,
So not sure what happened there, but
Dan-
part-time protester maybe got hungry.
Dana got
Lunchtime.
roughed up a little bit.
Oh, did she? Oh,
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, oh, she got thrown around a bit. It was a bit crap, but no, she stepped in for Barkley, who threw himself in the middle of it.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, it kind of sucked for Dana in that way. But Dana was all right. She was fairly rugged in that way. She was okay.
No,
So,
good on her. But
yeah.
I mean, the protesters didn't cover themselves in glory. I mean, they seem like a bunch of NPCs, really.
Look, it was hard to understand what their chants were, and I was trying to lead people to find, because I was consistently trying to lead people up there and say there are things that you agree with. I was trying to highlight that here's this big glitzy building full of I'm sure there's going to be some very rich people who are coming in here, and the equal opportunity economy more depends upon not your skills but which monopolistic corpo you join.
Oh, yes.
More than your skills, because you could be the most talented whoever you are and start your own small business.
Yep.
But it doesn't matter if Google's got a monopoly on everything.
No.
If Microsoft's got a monopoly, it doesn't matter.
No.
It more depends on which corpo you swear your allegiance to. And I was trying to build, trying to cross, but it wasn't.
If only they had a coherent sort of set of beliefs, or if they actually understood what they were standing for, then maybe they'll realise that there's a bit of commonality. You make a good point about the big businesses. In fact, the social media giants, the tech monopolies, they're controlling what you can and can't see and censoring things. That they weren't. Nobody elected them to decide to make these decisions.
Or to have a monopoly over advertising, as Google tends to these days, or Facebook, or
Exactly.
it doesn't matter if you're the world's best ad man.
But I kind of don't see these protesters as sort of philosophically aligned on that. I mean, I don't think they've really examined much of their thoughts, to be quite frank, because if they did, they'd probably realise that they're basically playing the roles of useful idiots, really.
Yeah, that's what it. The chant was Aboriginal, Indigenous, Black, Indigenous, Aboriginal rights, but the crowd was 90% Anglo-Euro. 90%.
The irony.
And the two saying against them was Barclay and Dana was a person of colour, and it just tends to not make
calling
sense.
her a fascist. Yeah, I think irony is lost on all of these people.
I mean, even if Dana were white, straight, but it just doesn't. Yeah, it is lost.
No, it is lost because I don't, quite frankly, think that they know what the definition of fascist is. I think it's a sort of intellectual black hole. I think they've been indoctrinated. They haven't really been taught how to think, and as a result, they don't challenge all of these ideas. They sort of pick their colours the same way they probably pick a sports team and just get behind them.
Barclay even mentioned while I was playing back what happened. He was like, "Oh, and especially because Dana is a person of colour." I'm like, "Oh, unless
it just occurred to you."
Well, you don't, it's not something that you meet someone. I don't mean, oh, hey, it's Jeff, the person of colour. Oh, it's only when it gets raised within the context of that identity politics. You go, that whole filter just doesn't switch on.
No,
because I think of Dana as a Catholic. If you were to describe the first one as Dana, she's a Catholic. Transgenderism is certainly part of it, but she's such a devout Catholic in that way.
Well, look, I mean, just personally being inside there, and again, if anyone's wondering about what these people really are like, buy a ticket, get inside, find out for yourself.
Change from the inside, yeah.
I sat down, didn't know the guy next to me, didn't know the lady next to me. We started chatting, and next thing you know, you realise that we shared a hell of a lot of things in common in terms of our beliefs, our values, and what we think, our view of the world. Nobody looked at me and going, well, hey, this must be a Chinese spy.
Speaking of Chinese spies, where is Edgar?
He should be here, shouldn't he?
Where is Sydney Daddy? Where are you? You should be here.
You should have been there. Everybody, there's anybody is in there.
We need diverse Chinese espionage agent representation here. I don't think we have any, at least that have been declared. So please, Edgar, and all of your MSS buddies, come on down.
That's right. They need you in there. All right, good to see you, buddy.
See you, mate.
All right, take care.
For those who don't know who Edgar Liu is, he's the largest Chinese language political YouTuber in Australia. He runs a channel called Sydney Daddy. I would describe him as anti-CCP, and I constantly make jokes with him because I regard him as a personal friend, that he's an MSS agent. I don't believe that he's an MSS agent. I don't believe that he's working for it. But if any MSS agents want to come down, they really should. They really should. We'd be love to. Everyone would love to. I'd love to speak with the MSS. I know. MSS is the Chinese CIA, which you might describe it as Ministry of State Security. Guys, we're almost at the end of the day, thankfully. I think that may have been the last speech of the day. Can we have a chat, mate?
I need to talk to you.
Great, here I am.
Yes.
The ex candidates.
The ex-candidates, yes.
How is the podcast going?
It's going very well, yeah.
What did you want to talk to me? I'm live streaming every time you see me. I'm live streaming.
There you
G'day.
go. I need to talk to you off the live stream.
Oh, that's tough for me. That's tough for me. But can we talk? Do you want to talk? Can we talk more on live stream about CPAC and how things have been? Yeah,
of course, yeah.
You're an ex-candidate.
You jump in because you're an ex-candidate as well. We're both on the podcast together.
You're both ex-candidates for
One Nation.
And
One Nation.
You ran in the seats of.
I was Warringah.
And I was in Macarthur.
And Adam will be running, hopefully, in the state election.
Hopefully, we've got away from pre-selection, but hopefully.
For
Campbelltown.
For One Nation?
Yes.
For One Nation? Yeah. And why One Nation?
I believe in the conservative values of One Nation. I believe that we have the guts, as Nigel Farage was just saying, we have the party. We are the party for the people. We are a conservative party, and we have the guts to actually fight for the people.
Why not the UAP? They have similar.
They're not registered.
Not registered. Why Liberal Democrats seem to represent similar values?
I just like One Nation. I like what they stand for.
One Nation have been in Parliament, and a lot of the things that people have been talking about at this conference is, conservatives need to stand up and have courage and stand up for the values that they believe in. Well, One Nation's actually been in Parliament introducing legislation. It doesn't always get voted up.
Same could be said of the Liberal Party as well. Stands for conservative values. You've got Eric Abetz, Stoker.
Which party was that?
The Liberal Party. Abetz, Stoker, and many others. Keith Pitt.
A lot of it's talk. Like they don't actually put the legislation up to see if it gets passed. And Pauline Hanson, Malcolm Roberts, and even Mark Latham and Rod Roberts in New South Wales, they've introduced legislation into the Parliament. It doesn't always get up because they don't have a majority. The first thing that Mark Latham and Rod Roberts did in the New South Wales Parliament when they got elected was introduce legislation to lift the ban on nuclear energy.
And that same legislation would widely be regarded in federal Parliament as virtue signalling happening this week because they didn't do it while they were in government. Often you can only change things from the inside, not just of the House, but also of the party. And maybe you can shift things more inside the Liberal Party than One Nation, which is why I'm pushing for why One Nation. Why fork off from this already established conservative party like Liberals that they're
such a machine, and
it's a machine.
I mean, there's so many factions. Like if you read, I've just read Graham Richardson's book about the Labor Party and the factions.
Richard,
1980. It's a fantastic book, but it's the same thing with the Liberal Party now. It's ruled by factions, and it's more like I ran in Warringah, so there's a big factional war there. They, in their own words, called it a civil war. The left versus the right. Well, why is there a left faction in the Liberal Party? Why they have why it's more important about winning the factional war within the party than it is, standing up for voters in your own electorate. So that's the problem with the Liberal Party, and a lot of people that I've met talk about, getting into the Liberal Party and fixing it from within. I think it's already gone. I think that reset button needs to be pushed, just like Rob Menzies pushed the button on the UAP. When he formed the Liberal Party, maybe it's that the parties get too big. And you need to reset them after a while. They can't be around forever.
Tell us about your podcast. Why do you do it? You could just not. It's a lot of effort to make a podcast. Sit down and
we just
how
want
many
to provide a platform for the people who need to get their voice out.
So
are there enough voices already?
With media black bands.
We really struggled getting exposure during the federal election. And you can't get your name out there without exposure. If people don't know who you are, then they're not going to vote for you.
Did you reach out to any media organisation?
Yes,
what about independent media? Like, do you know any live streamers who go to protests and talk to?
Yeah, like yourself.
Maybe you should reach out to them and we have a chat and talk about some issues and ask some questions.
Yeah,
I had Robbie Barnwick from the Citizens Party on this week, which I'm editing together. You may have heard of Robbie Barnwick. No, may not have. Always difficult when it comes to China, which is an interesting chat. One of the best funded parties in the country. Something in some ways I'd say better funded than One Nation. Despite not getting it.
One Nation's not very well funded at all, honestly. We have to fund our own campaigns.
For their campaigns.
Everyone thinks that we get some sort of income or something. No, we don't. Our campaigns are funded by ourselves.
And that's why it's important too, because it's real people on the ground, standing for real people on the ground, and we're just trying to get our voice, or their voice, into Parliament.
Are you a racist?
No.
Are you a racist?
No.
Do you think racism is bad?
Well, I mean, yeah, of course.
Racism is not a good thing.
We were just having a conversation with Jacinta Price about, we want to hear her views, and we're talking about, isn't it great when races and cultures can come together and achieve a mutual goal? I mean, it's very exciting for those.
There was a chant downstairs, Nazis fuck off. Is that something you can agree with, that Nazis can fuck off?
You don't want to listen to. I mean, they're going to chant all sorts of slogans.
But would you agree that Nazis can fuck off?
Well, I don't think there's any real Nazis around anymore. I mean, it's such an absurd thing to say, really.
But would you broadly think that Nazi, you would
Well,
you
I
think
don't-
it's
I don't
they're
think it-
unwelcome
I
at this
think we need
event?
to focus actually more on the real problems, like
Yeah.
the energy crisis, the health crisis, the education crisis, and all those kind of things. I think we can talk about names and all those kind of things and factions.
That's what they're calling you outside.
Well, that's
and
fine. They can
I'm-
call us whatever they want.
They're gonna call us all
Okay,
sorts
but
of
they don't
different-
understand that the conservative way has given them the freedoms to be able to go there and call us those names.
What I'm looking for is just some agreement. And that's one thing that you'd actually agree with them outside, is that Nazis are generally unwelcome at this event, and you wouldn't.
Oh, yeah, they're
You,
not
is that something you'd agree that
Of
Nazis
course,
are
but it's
unwelcome?
unnecessary to even say it.
Because we're not here to learn. We're not here to talk about that issue. We're here to talk about health, education, fixing Australia, making sure
Things
that the
that
lights
matter to
stay on in
people.
winter.
Yeah.
So you'd agree with it, but you're trying to focus on other things.
There's a lot of things that we would agree with, but we want, as Adam said, focus on the things that are really affecting people.
Yep.
I mean, a big message from this conference is times are going to get tough, and they're worried about Europe and the energy crisis there. We'll see what happens. I don't want to comment on things that haven't
We're
happened
not
yet.
pie in the sky kind of people.
Yeah,
We're
but-
conservatives.
yeah, but we
have
want-
results
yeah.
and answers that
Yeah.
we want to work towards with data.
Yeah, cost of living's going up, inflation's going up. These are the things that we really need to focus on, because that's what affects real people out in the real world. Not worrying about Nazis that have, what was it, 75 years since the end of the Second World War? Everyone agrees that, it was a horrible thing and should never happen again, and steps were put in place with the Nuremberg trials and things like that
To prevent those kind of things from happening again.
That's right.
How do we find your podcast? It's on
Everywhere. So it's
Podbean, YouTube,
Just
search
search-
candidates.
and it's called
Search the
The
ex-candidates.
Ex-Candidates.
The Ex-Candidates.
Correct.
And,
Steve and I'm sorry,
Adam.
Adam.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you again.
Thank
See
you.
again.
Yeah, nice to
Thanks,
see
Steve.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
I'll catch you later.
See you, mate. There you go. Look, you got to ask these questions, and look, you got to try and the corner of, can you agree that Nazis can F up? And if they can't agree with that, well, hold on a minute. Why? I don't know. What you end up with is, in this conversation, is what's happening in Melbourne, where there's a drag queen story time for kids happening, where drag queens will read stories to kids, and people are against that. The only people who showed up were the National Socialist Nazis. And then you end up in this terrible situation of, well, if you're against drag queen story time, are you a Nazi? And you just end up boxed in. It's the stupidest. As I put that tweet out when I spoke to people, politics, many political discussions are getting stupider. They're getting stupider and stupider. Gear time. More gear time.
A couple of radio mics for ADM.
Sennheiser. We don't even have a model number. Help us out. E835's going to your receiver, which is just there.
No,
600.
it's actually behind there.
Oh, it's behind. Excuse me.
It's just my house.
Excuse me. While I. Whoa. M1 MacBook.
I don't know.
Not yours. Jesus. Toys. It's way too much gear for me to honestly get into at this moment, because normally at protests, which I run around and spot cameras and highlight.
The gear is actually more cases and lights.
Yeah, cases and lights.
So
All good.
the audio balancing is in it. Everything else is as you see it.
All good. Thanks, Joe. Hold on. If you want a photo, here's one I'll make sure that gets to him. I'll make sure of it.
I'll take one in.
No, it's all good.
Are you streaming, Chris? You are?
No, I just generally hold my...
Like right this second?
This very second,
cool,
I am
cool.
live streaming,
Cool.
and I'm about to take your photo so that I can make sure that...
I was just going to do it for Michelle, so...
No, if you're going to have a photo... You know what? I'll actually send you the photo. Do you want a photo? Okay, I'll actually get this photo. I can actually get this photo too. Michelle does.
No, I know. I'm like,
You're
I'm
good.
like whatever. I'm just trying
Hold
to.
on, go back to that. That was it. That
No,
was
no,
the...
I'm in the middle of reposting. So the video Nigel played inside. Did you show them?
I tried to load it, but I couldn't find it.
Oh, go to my Telegram. It's on my Telegram. Yeah.
On Telegram?
Yeah, Mike Joel Jamal, Telegram.
Do you have a power bank? No. You always have the biggest backpack, but you don't have a spare power bank? Okay. I already went through 2 power banks.
You make it bloody hard to make a low profile for yourself, you know?
Me?
For me, yeah.
I'll I'm alive. This is what I do. What? This is the media. Do you want a mask? I've got a mask. We can put a mask. You want to? I'll move on. I'll move on.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye. Yeah. I am going to go and speak with Alexandra Marshall. Can I borrow you for a minute?
No, sorry, I'm not working today. This is my one day of just having fun, so is that okay?
You sure we can? Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry. I'm not doing interviews with anyone, so.
Interviews? Interviews? It's a chat. It's not, whatever.
It is great. It's great. It really is great to be here. Thank you for having me, putting on this beautiful New South Wales weather. It's been magnificent. It's great to climate change. It is great to see so many people here today and people who are prepared to defend conservative values and fight back against the ideologies that really threaten the peace and prosperity of our nation. And although the media wouldn't have you think that Australian conservatism is a proper movement, they would have you think it's a fringe movement. When I look in this audience today, I can tell you I don't see anything like a fringe movement. I see ordinary people who are worried about their country, who are here to fight for them. So congratulations to you. Now, the truth is that in Australia, just like across the world, many people are waking up, I think, to the fact that the values which they hold dear and perhaps have taken for granted for a period of time are under attack. And many of us who are here today have probably been aware of this for quite some time, while others have probably made that a more recent realisation. But there are many others out in the community that know their way of life is being threatened and that there is a desire out there to do something about it. These people are, to use Sir Robert Menzies' famous phrase, the forgotten people, because we've been forgotten by the media, some of the political class pretends we don't exist, and we are viewed as though we're in the minority. But the truth is we're actually not. We're the quiet Australians, the silent majority, those who hold traditional and common sense values and ways of thinking, who work hard for our families, wanting less government intrusion in our lives, and expect our elected representatives to represent those values as we would expect. And as Conservatives, we know that something that we hold dear, something that we value and cherish is now at risk. We want to defend it so that we can enjoy it and also pass it along to the next generation so they can enjoy a country similar to the one we grew up in. So what is it that we as Conservatives care about and cherish so much? Why are we not happy with the way things are going in our country politically and culturally? Well, in our context, as Australians, we've been gifted a great moral, religious, philosophical and legal and political tradition from our British ancestors, which was forged out of our Judeo-Christian roots. However, that great tradition and heritage is under assault and is being undermined at virtually every level of our society. It's attacked by the media, it's attacked by the universities, by the schools, by the political class, and can't forget by unelected international bodies like the UN. These are the bodies that care nothing for the past and are determined to create a utopian future that requires us to surrender our liberty. We're told that our heritage is oppressive, that it's steeped in colonialism, patriarchy and racism. But we know that's not true. A healthy and flourishing society is not one that's micromanaged by a centralised power, which is impractical and impedes real progress, but it's one that frees people to be themselves as much as possible. Yet these unelected bodies like the UN, the EU, they try to impose their ideas on countries in a way that's really not conducive or organic for the form of innovation. People around the world now, I believe, are starting to wake up to this, because a nation ultimately that is ashamed of its heritage and its views, and which views them as evil, is ultimately doomed. And if we can't instill in the next generation a sense of gratitude for the wisdom of the past goodness we've inherited and handed down to something worth safeguarding, then nihilistic ideology comes to take its place. And this is what we've been witnessing with the rise of this phenomenon of wokeness, a worldview that sees oppression everywhere it looks, and views human beings not as individuals who possess inherent dignity or worth, but as or people with free will and personal responsibility, but merely representatives of a group, one that happens to belong whether on your race or your gender or your sexuality or whatever else. It's ultimately a worldview which is obsessed with power and therefore with conflict, and it's a destructive view in the form that communism always envisaged. And I was talking backstage before about the words of the great Margaret Thatcher, who said words to the effect of, communism never goes away, it never dies, it just changes its shape and its clothes. And I believe that's what we're seeing today. But there is cause for hope, and the clip that was circulating around on social media this week of the new Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, quoting the great G.K. Chesterton was something to behold. And I think Chesterton said in that clip, or she referred to it, as fires will be rekindled to testify what 2 and 2 makes 4. Swords will be drawn to prove that leaves are green in summer. I doubt that even Chesterton could have predicted how prescient those words actually would turn out to be later on in life. But people around the world aren't going to give up their heritage and their independence without a fight. And it's been being taken back in many ways for longer than we actually realise now. And we heard from the great Nigel Farage earlier on. Really, he's one of the forebearers of this movement. And, you know, it's great to hear him talk, because the fight really began with Brexit in January 2026, when the British people decided that they didn't want to be micromanaged by the unelected, and if you remember that famous clip, people that have the look of a bank clerk and the personality of the same. One of the great lines. Well, I'm led to believe that got him in trouble. So what? He didn't care, and that's what we need back in politics now. People in Britain were tired of being governed by people who existed in a bubble far removed from their own everyday lives and cared little for the uniqueness of their own culture and the practical difficulties which were associated with it. Of course, the EU resisted this tradition, but the sentiment's still alive and well in Britain as we speak today. Then came the election of President Donald Trump, the result of ordinary people fed up with the establishment, seeking a leader who'd put America first, which doesn't sound like a revolutionary concept, but it was portrayed that way. I would have thought that this would have been uncontroversial, but according to the media, the simple fact of putting America first makes you a horrible racist. President Trump strove to improve the lives of Americans with policies that increased employment opportunities, secured the border, and he was accused ultimately of everything under the book. And you know, we see that so often here in Australia too. It is time for conservative politicians generally, to stand up against this name-calling and understand that the sky doesn't fall in henny penny, as they say. There's a growing movement of forgotten people who, for too long, haven't had that political representation. But I'm happy to say that in my home state of South Australia, there are many who are now forging a new home inside a reborn Liberal Party in South Australia, where we are providing a home for Conservatives. We are inviting Liberals back to the Liberal Party in South Australia. I encourage you to give it a try. It's a great feeling. In our cultural and political atmosphere, there is ample opportunity for the Liberal Party to offer its vision of common good that Australians can believe in, and the one that respects the ideals we've spoken of today. Unlike Labor and the Greens, of course, who want to increase the size of government and control their lives, the Liberal Party must hold to these values, the forgotten people or the quiet Australians who were, of course, dear to Sir Robert. These forgotten people, and I'm sure there are many here tonight, we're grateful for this country and our way of life. However, the Marxists in our bureaucracies view the family as a threat to the state. We have to keep aware of what we're dealing with. We must understand where these centres of power lie, and that's how we will seek to defeat them and to triumph. Our growing movement of genuine conservatism is made up of people who understand that being a conservative means truly looking to conserve those aspects of life which we want to pass on, and those who come after us. So to conserve something is to protect it, to defend it, to care for it, to nurture it, and to not let it go to waste. That's what we must do with our heritage and our moral values. If we don't, we'll simply lose them. It's as simple as that. And the left have been marching through our institutions for far too long. It is fair to say that we have truth on our side, though. I think we must remember that. Truth always wins. I was having that conversation backstage again. We don't need to obscure the facts or engage in sophisticated word games. People know the truth, and when they hear it, that's why the leftist establishment in this country looks hard to silence the debate on every possible opportunity. That clip with Nigel Farage tells the story like nothing else does. This long march, the left's long march, has been a generational one. It's even longer, and conservative-minded people realise what's going on now. It's not too late. And Daniel Weil made that point very well, I think, before. The fight is not over. There are many quiet Australians who have realised what's at stake, who understand the importance of getting involved in politics, in being involved in the political process, in understanding how strong and how important you can be, even if it's just one of you. It makes a difference, I can assure you. There are many more who want to see this courage fight through and provide support for those who defend your values. Together, we will ensure that the forgotten people of Australia are no longer forgotten. Please join us.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the director of the Menzies Research Centre, author of the best-selling book The Lucky Culture, and host of Battleground on ADH-TV, Mr. Nick Cater.
Thank you so much. I don't know about this voice to Parliament idea, but I do like this voice to CPAC that comes from behind it. Laura Thomas, let's give a big round of applause. She's been doing a fantastic job all the way unseen and uncelebrated back there. And look at all the team here at CPAC. This is a fantastic event. It is really outstanding, and I congratulate everybody involved in this. And also, look at this. I don't know if you can see that. That's me on streaming live right now. Would you believe, I mean, we think this room is big and it's full. Would you believe there have been 150,000 people watching this live? How have they been watching that? They've been watching that on a digital TV channel which didn't even exist a year ago, ADH-TV. Great crowd. Well, let's give them a big round of applause. And look, we spend a lot of time, I'm as bad as anybody sitting there whinging about the ABC, but does anybody actually watch it anymore? I mean, do we? We've been liberated. We've been liberated. Funnily enough, it was the Rudd and Gillard government that liberated us from the ABC by producing this wonderful thing called broadband. It doesn't matter where you go in Australia these days, you can talk to farmers who are watching digital TV in their cabs or listening to podcasts all over the country. People are not watching or listening to the ABC, they're watching content like this. This is incidentally, this is also being streamed right now on Sky News Extra. It's also being streamed in the United States. So I don't know how many people we are getting through to today, but I'm nervous. I really am. But look, we need it, don't we? We need it. We need to get beyond the gatekeepers, because we've just heard Daniel Wild's shocking story about the fact that Facebook is now taking against anybody who dare have a debate even about the voice of Parliament. And this, Daniel pointed out, this is not happening in Australia, it's happening in Silicon Valley. They are deciding what you should hear and what you should not. So we need every means available to get beyond them, to talk beyond them, to talk to people like yourselves, like good people like yourselves around the country and around the world, to tell them what's really, really happening. Did anybody follow that story in the week about Jacinta Ardern in New York? She's come up with this idea that we need a global alliance, a global agreement, some sort of global censorship body, presumably, to stop misinformation on the internet. By which she means climate change deniers, so, and other things, no doubt, of that nature. You have to ask how we got there. In New Zealand, up until a few years back, we thought of as a pretty free and democratic country. An idea like that we would have thought was just extraordinary and absurd. But we've got there. How? How did we get there? Well, this began, and Jacinta Ardern talks about it in her speech, It began with that dreadful incident in 2019 in Christchurch, the Christchurch massacre, when a crazed Muslim Islamic terrorist decided to go in and shoot people and stream it live on the net. And as a result of that, the New Zealand government introduced all sorts of measures to try and stop that happening, to try and censor that kind of radical, hateful content on the net, which we'd all have said at the time, I'm sure, well, we agree with that. We agree with that. But the trouble is, once you allow these things in, once you allow them to happen on the best intentions, on the best of grounds, there is also the danger, and I'd say perhaps even the certainty, that it will go even further. The definition of what is terrorism expands. The definition of what is bullying, what is dangerous, what is hurtful expands, as we've seen in almost every area, until it encompasses anything that the left doesn't like, anything that they want silenced. That's how we got there. That's how Jacinta Ardern got there, with this ridiculous and absurd and tyrannical proposal, which hopefully won't be taken up. But if we look at the recent past, the way things are going, there's a very good chance it will be, unless we fight back strongly. March the 16th, 2020, a press release is issued from the Premier's office in Victoria. It says that a 4-week state of emergency has been declared to flatten the curve, to enable them to get COVID under control. Just 4 weeks in which the Premier of Victoria will become all-powerful. He doesn't have to refer anything to Cabinet. He doesn't even have to talk to his party room. He certainly doesn't have to run things past Parliament. Just 4 weeks. That state of emergency